So those who are successful are very self-accountable people. They look at themselves and go, okay, the only way I'm going to get and progress further, the reason she left me, the only way I'm going to do better, make more money, et cetera, is I have to change. Most women don't want to do that. They don't sit and think I have to change. They think, oh, he left me because it's him, and I lost my job because my boss, and this is this because of this. No, you women don't look in the mirror and change a fucking thing.
Don't forget what you're forgetting right nowadays. They can't change it because it's all about body positivity. Make her look sexy in size 28.
Are you saying Lizzo's not a 10?
Are you guys trying to get me canceled?
See, I don't agree with what you just said, because 90% of cosmetic surgery is by women. Women are trying to change as much as possible. Men don't want to change. They're not accountable for themselves. They think that because they're a man, you're going to be attracted to them. No, like you can't be fat. You stay at home. You're just playing video games, and you expect a woman to want to fuck you. No, she's not going to want to fuck you.
Yeah, but then she won't. This is the point, and then she won't, and society will teach them a lesson. They might be able to pull off a little blag with a girl for a year or so, but in general, they're going to end up lonely. In general, they're going to struggle to find partners. I agree with you with the cosmetic surgery thing. Women are happy to change how their appearance and change how they look, but they're not happy to change how they act. Most of them, they're not happy to change. No,
the women are changing what the men don't care about. The men don't care about the big old lips.
Yes, they do.
And no, they do it. The women are doing that for themselves.
Yeah.
Because the men don't care about it. The men would rather a woman change her stinking attitude than put on all that makeup and hair and everything. That's what the men want. But the women will go out there like, oh, I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that. If you look at a man and the man said, yeah, he's fat. The man will if he's feeling bad about himself, he wants to make sense, he'll go and hit the gym. What's the woman going to do? Go and do? Get a BBL, get her lips done, put on her makeup, put on her hair, and stay the big old fat person that she is and say, oh, it's body positivity. The men don't even want that. And the women are not getting all this cosmetic surgery for the men. They're getting it for themselves. You can't turn around. What man wants a woman that's going to turn around, go and have an operation, and can't sit on a plane because her ass has been injected or been interfered with? She got to lie there on her stomach. You think the men want that? Or wake up in the morning before you got to hit the house, she's got to put on. I'm sure I worried about some of the men because they must go out with a woman. And then when they wake up in the morning, they think, who the hell is she?
The scars,
by the time you take everything off, women need to change their attitudes before they change their makeup. I'm sure that even more than that, change your attitude. Because women will go out there and they would want to change this, they want to change that, all the things that don't count. If you learn to, the same way women can go out there and learn to put makeup on, learn to cook, learn to wash by hand. Learn to please a man.
That is so
That's what you need to do.
That's outdated, girl.
She's like, girl.
That's outdated.
She's right.
For who?
I'm saying it's like we had literally just talked about this off camera when you guys picked up from the airport. When we were talking about what's the value system or the point system for a woman who cooks versus a woman who can suck good dick and fuck well.
But you can cook and suck dick as well.
No, but I'm saying is that Pearl, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but quoting her was that when she interviewed people on the street, that there was more points given to something for like a sexual return as opposed to, oh, wash dishes by hand, there's a dishwasher. Why cook? We can eat out. There's a chef. People don't give a fuck about that.
That's what they think.
But we literally just talked about this yesterday.
No, it was okay. I did a street interview and I asked the guys, would you rather have a girl that gave good head or a good cook? And most guys
they want this.
But I think that's
for the quick satisfaction.
But I think that's more for like a one night stand.
But what I'm trying to say is that if all the women out there and they're talking about, well, some of the women want to be settled.
These guys are nuts, man. These guys are so nuts, bro. Who is that lady? Hilarious, bro. Very hilarious. Gonna take a little while. I'll just watch it from here, guys. I just want to lay down on the hot spot. So I got the money problem solved temporarily. I have to go buy some shit tomorrow, like a hand thing and Waterloo storage, cancel Amazon 청소년 쉼터. I don't need 청소년 쉼터 for now, I think. I don't need it for now. Okay, I'll just delete it. Clear home screen, set timer correctly on Mac, clear tabs, 이력서. I did 이력서. I think I'm good for now, I think. Okay, I'm good for now. Waterloo's, what was the last one I deleted? I forgot. But I think I'm good with 이력서. What was the last one I did, bro? It's 청소년 쉼터. I don't need it. Okay. Clear dishes. Change my channel name to mukbang related. Mukbang content. Driver's license. And we can do all this. We can try mukbang thing, but like, I think I'm good for now. Here, just watch the podcast from the ground. I'm so thirsty. Should arrive in the next 15 minutes.
Dan, they want a man, right? And you got to think what the man wants. The man ain't interested in that. Look at when you're doing street interviews, you're interviewing single people. Look at the people there that are happily married and ask them what they do. Because all the things that the women out there are doing, you can be a housewife, you can be going out, you can suck head just as good as any old tramp on the street. And keep your man and have a man. And I can say that because I'm 32 years in counting.
Auntie, you can't say
Wait,
attraction is not important now. You can't say attraction is not important now.
It is important.
For you to get
Initially.
initially, exactly. A man is not gonna find you attractive and then think, oh, because you can cook well. It's got to share.
A man's gonna
Especially a man
find you
that's got money.
attractive and he's
Okay,
gonna
let's ask Andrew.
he's gonna
Andre, would you be with a girl that's 5 out of 10?
Guys, I ordered a bunch of shit. It arrived so fast. I didn't expect it to arrive so fast. Wow. Holy shit. It arrived so fast. It costed $26. Let's see. 호두 과자. 뭐야? Water is really okay. I wanted water for so long. Okay. Greek yogurt, blueberries, and 호두 과자. Order 2. We can cook one now. Yeah. We'll have the yogurt and put the rest on the fridge. Okay, we'll cook this we'll eat some Greek yogurt and this. We'll put this on the fridge. Then Greek yogurt and walnuts. How do I cook it? 전자레인지 1분 30초에서 2분. 5개, 6개 기준. 이렇게. Let's eat some walnuts. Walnut cookie. 오, 맛있겠다. 1개, 2개, 3개, 4개, 5개, 6개. 6개 정도 하면 되겠지? 6개. 2분이야. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll save the rest. I think I'm gonna eat more though. Surely I am going to eat more. Okay. Make sure it's cool enough. That's so like okay. I feel like it's not so cool. Okay. Okay, let's eat some Greek yogurt. Oh, I forgot to start it. Some Greek yogurt. Oh my god, this is like actual Greek yogurt. It's thick as hell, man. This is like actual Greek yogurt. This is like actual Greek yogurt, bro. No joke. It is so thick. It is so thick. It's so hard to like. This is the thickest yogurt I've ever had. Most legit Greek yogurt. Thicker than anything I've ever had. I remember having, when I was in like 9th grade, I had like a ton of Greek yogurt, like those blueberry ones, like those yogurts that you just can like spoon and eat, and they were pretty thick. But this is on another level. Like there's brands like Presidents and Activia, stuff like that. Activia is like very smooth, but President Greek yogurt, that was pretty thick. I had a lot of those. Also Oikos. This is like, it feels good. It feels almost like cheese. Almost feels like cheese, man. It's so like, it's so good. It almost feels like a mix of butter and goat cheese. Okay. Oh my god, these look so good. My god, my bed is like, let's make a big spoon. Let's take a big chunk and just like put it here. And need more. This is so good. I think this should be enough. This should be more than enough. Already finished like a third of it. But just to show you guys.
Because she can cook.
That ain't what I said.
Oh, firstly, that's not what she said, to be fair. And secondly, I'd be with a 10 out of 10 who can cook because I'm top G. But to make the point, I think what you have to understand is what men are looking for in a relationship. So you did the street interview, and you're asking single people, probably young people, probably idiots who know they're on camera talking shit about good head, all this garbage. It's bullshit. What men are interested in life, not just in their relationship, but in their life as a whole, is status. I don't think most people understand, especially women, how competitive the male world is and how competitive it is for status. This is why men do everything they do. Men buy the faster car, not to drive any faster, because of status. That's why we want a bigger house. We don't give a shit where we live. It's because of status. That's why I want to go to the gym and get big and strong, because of status. Everything we do is about status. That's why I want the better job. That's why I want more money. That's why I want to be respected. So what's the number one thing we want our female to give us? Status. That's what we want. So she can give us status by being beautiful. That's one thing she can do. But another thing she could do is if I turn up home and I come home with my boys and she says, I'll cook you all a steak. That's status. That's all my boys going, Ross, you just been out all night and she's here and she's going to cook for all of us and she'll clean up and tidy up. Boom. That's the kind of girl a man's not going to want to lose because it makes him look good. That's what men want. Status. Suck a dick, blah, blah, blah. Listen, dick can only be sucked in so many ways. I mean, let's be serious about this.
Have you had the Gok 3000?
No, this is actually a serious point, right? This is a very serious point because the Western world has collapsed in real time and it's a failed society. And one of the reasons it's a failed society is because of the over-sexualization, especially of females as a whole. If a woman comes up to me and goes, I'll be the best sex you ever had, I am fucking revolted. I don't want the best sex I've ever had. I want you to be pure and a virgin. You should know what sex is. Cook my fucking dinner. Shut up. Don't come and talk to me about fucking sucking dick. It's vile. It's disgusting. I don't want to hear that shit.
Can I say something?
I don't want to hear that shit. What I want is a woman who makes me look good. No woman who's running around talking about sucking dick can make me look good. So I lose interest completely and utterly. And that's the truth. So what she's saying is completely correct. These are old school things, but it's not about the act. Yes, you can order food, of course. It's about the status that comes with it. That's what it's about.
Sagittarius, spoken like a true one. That is true.
My man's a Sagittarius.
Listen, well,
my man's a Sagittarius.
So basically, it's a straight shooting sort of conversation. But I think that sometimes we get distracted and we talk about the bicker between men and women. I think that the problem that men and women have is the consequences of the bad decisions that the 1% of powerful men make on our behalf, because our problems are on a societal level, less than between woman and man. That is why there's a lot of competition between men, this chase for status that they will never get.
Why is that the fault of the 1% of men?
Because they're the ones that drive the machine that runs this. The West
It's always been that way.
Yeah, but then think about the men that are at the top now, the corruption and everything that's going on. And this is why it feels very good to sit next to somebody like you and just say, do you know what? I appreciate that you say things that are really true. You expose a very toxic truth and a very true truth as well that is out there. But the reality is, on the trenches, when you go to the grassroots, people don't feel the way that you feel. It's not as simple as what you say. They are victims of this system. So my job here is really not to try and make it about men and women, is to make you understand that actually we need to start changing the narrative.
You don't want to make it about men and women.
They're both messed up on either side.
Because then women look bad.
No, because it's about everybody together. Women have their traumas, men have their traumas. I'm not here to fight against men and women. That's small.
I understand what you're saying. But the idea that this 1% of men have created this terrible society. Yeah, I talk about that. I talk about the Matrix. I talk about these things. But it's always been this way. It's always been a small elite group of men who are in charge of the world. And unfortunately now we're fighting battles in different ways. The days of old, a man proved his worth by going to war. Basically, every man at any point in his life was going to end up going to war, and he came back victorious. He came back with honor. He got himself a wife. That's how it worked, right? Now men don't have to go to war as much, depending on where you live in the world, and it's slightly different. And we fight our wars in other ways. And one of the true expressions of testosterone and trying to really express your ability and your combative ability now in the modern world.
You can't just become rich. You gotta become filthy rich, bro. If you want the best, you gotta become filthy rich. It's all or nothing, you know? That kind of mindset. Risk it all or nothing, you know? You need that type of mindset.
Is power and influence. So in the olden days, you go to war, you come back with a ribbon. Nowadays, you got X amount of followers, you can move the world with money. I can bend reality with money. Please understand, if I walk into Jimmy Choo, they lock the door. No brokies allowed in. Tate's here. And I buy what the fuck I want. There's lines outside because I'm there. I bend the world with money. That's how the wars are now won. So you're talking about high status males, and it's always been that way. Now you have a whole contingent of men who aren't dead. Okay, they didn't die in a ditch, but they're lonely as fuck jerking off. And that's the reality of it. And women don't give a fuck about them. And why should you? I'm not sitting here actually shitting on women in any way. I think women have a biological instinct to a degree to try and find the best mate they can because it gives them the highest chance of survival in the harsh realities of the world. And if they look at a man who's not capable, they just don't feel an attraction to him. And that's the bottom line of it. And that's why I'm largely misunderstood. I don't blame women for a lot of the problems. Women are guilty of certain things, but I have a massive amount of blame to place on men because there's so many men who are genuinely incompetent. If I was a chick, I wouldn't fuck these losers either. Like, they're losers. So it's hard out there.
Balance.
It's
I
hard.
love it.
Do you know what I don't understand? Why people always go for the 1%? All the women want to rush for the 1%. Why don't you just find a regular 9 to 5 person? That's going to look after you. You can be his queen. Why can't you just do that? Why is it really rushing? I've got a man. We don't go on social media. If it weren't for I don't want none of that about social media. 9 to 5. I've got around property. 32 years. Happy as Larry. What is the problem? It's not old fashioned. It works.
No, Auntie, let me clarify. When I meant 1% is not the 1% of attraction. I mean the actual people that are in charge of the things that run the world the way that
What
it
I'm trying to
does.
say is that it's always been an umbrella we've lived under.
But the
And then the
difference is,
functioned underneath it. So why is it going to affect me?
I'll explain why. Because as Sir Mr. Andrew King Tate said,
Like that.
As he said,
I want to know what
Thank
what she's after.
I'll have this one after
I
this
want to know what she's
point.
after.
Yeah.
She's going to go home and try that now.
It's the
But no,
club
Wait,
time.
it is. I've been drinking lime juice as well. So, as he very rightly said, society is now evolved. Before men went to war, now men don't go to war. So there's a lot of sense of no purpose that they need to find. And then on the women's side is that the same way that a society evolved, they made men feel less purpose. They have now had to take on bigger purposes. They have to go to work like they didn't have to do before. They have to take care of the family and work and do all of these things and now deal with the fact that men are feeling a little bit like out of, you know.
No, but she-
the rubbish. That ain't what I'm saying.
No,
You get a 9 to 5 person, right? What is wrong with you going out? I've always been an umbrella.
That lady. Who's that lady? Who's that black lady? Who's that old black lady?
We've lived under.
But the
And then the
difference is,
functioned underneath it. So why is it going to affect me?
I'll explain why. Because as Sir Mr. Andrew King Tate said,
Like that.
As he said,
I want to know what she's after.
I'll have this one after
I
this
want to know what she's
point.
after.
Yeah.
She's going to go home and try that now.
It's the
But no,
club
Wait,
time.
it is. I've been drinking lime juice as well. So, as he very rightly said, society is now evolved. Before men went to war, now men don't go to war. So there's a lot of sense of no purpose that they need to find. And then on the women's side is that the same way that a society evolved, they made men feel less purpose. They have now had to take on bigger purposes. They have to go to work like they didn't have to do before. They have to take care of the family and work and do all of these things and now deal with the fact that men are feeling a little bit like out of, you know.
No, but she-
the rubbish. That ain't what I'm saying. You get a 9 to 5 person, right? What is wrong with you going out there, find a regular 9 to 5 person? Right? You can function underneath that. Because I'm always saying the women say, oh, we ain't got enough money. We ain't got enough money. Work with what the man's got.
You're right.
Work with what the man's got. You can make a man your alpha. Everybody wants to go and find these top earning money. Find a 9 to 5, work regular, save your money, learn to cook and not have takeouts, and then save your money as they did before.
then you should direct this to the men that feel upset
It's
because they're not
it's
like
not-
Andrew
There's
Tate.
always that
But she's-
something to the man.
No, but
Why?
she's completely right. I'll tell you this. There's not a girl on this panel or on the planet today who couldn't walk outside and find a man who's going to be nice to her, loyal to her, and make her his queen. Women don't want that. So they'll sit there and go, no, I want Chris Brown. And then they'll go try and get Chris Brown. Then Chris Brown will cheat. And they'll be like, I can't believe he cheated. I am devastated. Well, what the fuck do you think's going to happen? If I go to the car garage, right, you have to make a decision what you truly want in your life. If you truly want to just find a man who's going to look after you and take care of you, you're going to be his queen, he's going to be loyal. You can find that all day, but you're going to have to settle to a degree where a lot of women perhaps are not prepared to do that. You see how women act. They'd rather chase a fraction of a real G's time than have 100% of the time of a fucking dude who they don't respect at that level. And it's kind of like going to a car dealership. You walk in there, if you want reliability, you can get a Nissan. But if you want to get a Ferrari, it comes with headaches. It's going to come with problems. So when girls say to me, "Oh, you know what, Andrew, you should be loyal to that," men like me don't have to be, and you know that. So why the fuck are you here trying to tell me what to do? Because you know I don't have to be loyal, and all the girls I'm fucking don't have to be loyal. So why are you sitting there pretending you expected me to be loyal when everyone knew from ground up day one it was never going to ever fucking happen? And you're still here.
I think
You're still texting
They're
me.
going to be the one that changes you.
Well, no, yeah, of course they are.
That's the biggest mistake that
So
girls make.
So whose fault is this? This is the female decision. They sit there and decide, no, I want this. Cool, then you're going to have to accept he ain't going to be loyal to you. He's barely going to reply to you. That's the game.
they like being cheated. I swear to God, this show has made me believe. I think women like to be cheated on.
I don't.
I swear to God, no, because all y'all ever talk about is your exes that cheated on you. That's all y'all ever talk about, and
Who?
it's like
Who
that's
only
the
talks
one-
about that? The regular women that are on here.
The women that come on the
okay.
show.
Oh, good thing I'm irregular and extraordinaire.
But do you not think it's because we're not holding men accountable? So when a man, because he's a top G, cheats on a woman, it's like, well, what do you expect? When you should actually turn around to him and
Accountable
say,
for what? Accountable
is-
for
okay,
accountable for his natural
is
evolutionary
cheating-
biology.
is cheating morally correct?
Yes.
Depends.
Yes.
How
So
can
you're
you say?
okay-
How can you
okay-
say that? Are you
You're
joking?
okay with your woman cheating on you then?
Absolutely not. That's wrong.
No, because
Oh, it's a wrap when she cheats on you, but you can cheat on her.
There has not been in the history of humanity across any culture, any book, any story, any fable, there has never been across the history of humanity any respect put on the name of a promiscuous female ever. Ever. You name the biggest conquerors that you can possibly name from history. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, all of them. They all had 100 wives, bunch of children, big G, conquered the world. Normal. That is normal evolutionary biology. That's how men are designed to be. There's never been a single female who's been celebrated for her promiscuity ever in history. It's always been frowned upon and disgusting. So yes, we are completely and utterly different. Yes, it's different evolutionary biology. That's how men are designed to be. There's never been a single female who's been celebrated for her promiscuity ever in history. It's always been frowned upon and disgusting. So yes, we are completely and utterly different. Yes, it's different if a woman cheats on a man. And if a man is at a complete top level of his life and ticks every single box, and if he decides to be loyal, which some do, and I can be loyal, and I have been loyal, but there's also times in my life where I think, fuck it, I don't want to be, and get a new girlfriend every single day of the week. I can do that, and I can decide to do that. If a woman decides to do the same, purely because her value is high enough to attract so many males, because she's beautiful, for example, it is completely different. And I'm going to explain to you why it's completely different, so buckle up. It's different. It's different. It's different. Well, I'll tell you why. It is impossible for a female to be promiscuous on a long enough period of time without devaluing herself, because she is fucking people she shouldn't be fucking. There is no way she is sleeping with endless men, and all of them are either high value men or treating her the way she should be treated. If you find a woman who slept with 50, 100 dudes, she's either fucking dudes which aren't at her level or haven't worked hard enough to try and get the pussy. She was just too drunk to realize he's a loser, plays video games. Or she's fucking a top G who barely texts her back. So either way, she's fucking dudes she shouldn't be fucking, or a guy who's at the level who doesn't give her the right amount of attention. For a woman to find a guy who's truly on a level, who truly treats her the way she should be treated, that's once every couple years, if that. You ain't just gonna go out there fucking a new dude every week and say, yeah, he's worth pussy. Yeah, he treats me good enough to get my pussy. Da, da, da. And you know what's funny about the universe? It's actually beautiful about the universe because it's equal and opposite forces. When you devalue yourself, it's kind of like men can smell it on you. They can just look at a bitch and go, oh. And that's the way it works. So you have to be very careful as a female and sit and go, does this man truly deserve to fuck me? And if you think about it, the answer 99% of the time, especially if you're promiscuous, is no. So when a woman is sleeping around with all these men, she's devaluing herself. She's devaluing herself, and the world knows, God knows, the universe knows. When a man does it, he doesn't devalue himself at all. That's just the way it works.
Can I ask you a question? Wait,
That's
Esther, 1 second. Sir, may I ask you a question? What would you say if a woman now is married to 2 men?
Haram.
Why?
No, I'll tell you why. Let's talk about this. What is the difference between a man, let's say me, I have 4 wives, right? What's the difference between a man having 4 wives and a woman having 4 men?
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time.
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time, and we know who the parents are, right? So let's say you had 4 pregnancies, you know who the mother is because she's carrying the baby, and you know who the dad is, top G. If you had a woman with 4 men and she gets pregnant, who's the parents?
What about if...
No, I'm asking. Do
Okay,
you know?
I asked, what if they're different races? One
Answer
white,
the
one black.
question.
You don't know.
Answer the question.
You don't know. Now, modern science can come along and maybe fix that for you, but that doesn't mean it's not wrong in the eyes of God. The idea of having a family, the idea of a child being born, one of the baselines for a new life to come onto this planet is for at least to understand who the 2 people who made it are. At least. If you have a woman fucking 4 dudes, you don't even know who got her pregnant.
So may I just
It's
say...
disgusting.
Wait,
Have you seen the twins that had 2 different dads?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. May I just say something then? So if that is the case, yeah, if the one thing that you're meant to have is you, at least you know who the 2 people that put that child on earth are, then that's why promiscuity for men is also a problem because they get women pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know they have children. That's a lot, no?
No, it's completely different. It's different because you have
Guys, I need the soap, and I need to buy the. I think I ate a little bit too much, bit more than I'm supposed to. Just a bit more than I'm supposed to. I It's because I didn't eat for so long. Well, I have to buy some stuff, you know? I have to buy some stuff. Buy some stuff. Soap, mainly soap, and 2 gloves just to clean all that shit.
Then that's why promiscuity for men is also a problem because they get women pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know they have children. That's a lot, no?
No, it's completely different. It's different because you have to understand, I'm talking about humans. You look at humans from a societal perspective, but society has changed, right? So let's say 300 years ago, if a woman got pregnant, she needed a man to survive. If that man didn't take care of her during pregnancy, she was going to die. She couldn't work a job, she couldn't hunt, couldn't fish, whatever, right? A woman literally needed that man for survival. So if you were to come to me and say I'm pregnant, but you've been fucked by 4 different dudes, I'd be like, who says it's mine? Why am I looking after you? None of them want to look after her. She will literally perish. This is why in most of the world today, still today, virginity is so coveted, and throughout all of history, it's been so coveted because that's the only way to ensure paternity. She's a virgin. I know that's my baby. She ain't a virgin. Prove it's mine. Outside of this modern science bullshit, Shaitan, the devil we have here in the West, in most of the world today, without virginity or at least a low body count or at least anti-promiscuity, you can't tell that that's your baby. So it's a completely different thing. You're looking at the idea of a woman being pregnant and coming to a group of men and saying, one of you has to take care of me, put up with me when I'm fat and moody and annoying and I need my bills paid. And all the men are going to sit there and go, no, fuck no, prove it's mine. You can't prove it, bounce. Where it's different. If I get 4 women pregnant, we know the deal.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So obviously back then for survival, women needed a man. Otherwise, when they were pregnant, could die and all of these things, they would perish. In today's society, given evolution, given the fact that as women we can go and get. Yeah, but I'm not saying that. Isn't there a glitch between what is actually happening and the nature of what we have in our bodies? I think that's probably the conflict that we're having right now.
Glitch in what way?
In the sense that women don't feel like they need men in the most physical sense, perhaps
right.
naturally.
It's very interesting. Women don't feel like they need men in a physical sense because life is soft, but it's bullshit. And it's bullshit because you still need men by proxy, 1, and 2, the second life gets difficult, you very quickly learn how much you need men. But women will go, I'm independent, I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans, and if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Of course you do. You just named your whole life is based on fucking men. The road you're driving on was paved by a man. The house you're living in was built by a man. The car you're driving was designed by a man. Your whole life depends on men. And the second anything bad were to happen to you, the second you were physically threatened, or times were to get hard, or war were to start, or famine, or riots, the first thing you do is find a big strong man, shit yourself, and throw the feminism out the window. Feminism goes out the fucking window the second that the snow needs shoveling, or there's a fucking broken down car. Driving was designed by a man. Your whole life depends on men. And the second anything bad were to happen to you, the second you were physically threatened, or times were to get hard, or war were to start, or famine, or riots, the first thing you do is find a big strong man, shit yourself, and throw the feminism out the window. Feminism goes out the fucking window the second that the snow needs shoveling, or there's a fucking broken down car, or the tire needs changing. And all that crap vanishes. It's garbage. And this is the very interesting thing. I'll make a point here, which is going to get me canceled again, but I don't give a fuck. But this is the point. Feminism in and of itself can't be defended. The point of an idea is that it can be defended by the people who believe in it. This has been the whole point of war since the dawn of time. It doesn't matter if it was the Christians against the Hindus. It doesn't matter if it was the Germans against the French. There were people who had ideas and ideologies, and they're prepared to fight each other to defend their ideology. Feminism is an ideology which cannot be defended by feminists. The only people who can defend feminism are the men who subscribe to the garbage. If all the feminists were to get in a line and say, we want feminism, and the conservative men were to get in a line, you would learn very quickly it's bullshit. I had a friend in Afghanistan when Taliban kicked America out. And he told me the Americans were telling the girls they could go to school. So they built all these girls' schools, and they put the Afghanistani defense forces there, and they funded the Afghan defense forces to protect these schools. You had American satellites, you had night vision goggles. Taliban were afraid to attack. America leaves. Now you have Afghani defense forces. They're basically blind. They don't have satellites anymore. Don't have night vision, whatever. So now it's a real war. The men are standing next to this girls' school. The Taliban are coming. You're some dude. You're standing there. You're looking at this girls' school going, I don't really give a fuck if girls go to school. Bounce. And you didn't fight. So that's why they all gave up and Taliban took over so quickly. And when I said this, the girls like, yeah, they should have fought for us, feminism. Why don't the women fight?
Can I ask?
Oh, wait, the women can't defend their own fucking idea. You need men to defend feminism. So that's why the whole thing is stupid.
So
the second men don't defend it, it just fails as a fucking ideology. It's garbage.
May I tell you something now? So this is the thing. This is when we assume that women perhaps don't have the physical or even mental ability to go to a war. Wait, because this is the thing. For example, in Ukraine, a lot of women took up arms. And in fact, I'm Angolan. I'm Angolan. I'm Angolan. And
don't lie.
Listen,
to the people at home.
Wait, no worries. I'll talk about my personal
You want to go
story.
to war? You want to fight?
Wait. Let me tell you something. This is the thing. I think it's also really like silly to assume that, for example, a woman, because she didn't go to school, she'll not be as intelligent as a man. Therefore, naturally, a woman is not intelligent. No, it doesn't make sense. If we're not starting.
Oh, fuck. These blueberry needs washing. It needs washing. Oh my god, these are so good. The quality, 이걸 진짜 12월 24일. These are such good quality blueberries, but they're kind of like, I don't know. I feel like they should be eaten right away though. At least till tomorrow. So I'm eating like about half. Is half too much? It's 11:38. Half is way too much. I'm gonna go a little bit. Yeah, half is way too much. Yeah, I still have to eat this much. I don't want to.
To normalize equality and we want to put everybody in the forefront, give a woman a
Who's
gun.
normalizing equality?
Well, that's what people are wanting. Then that's the
People
case.
like who?
Let me tell you,
Who wants wants to normalize equality? People are feminists. Who else
No,
wants to?
I want. Well, actually, no equality. I want respect. That's really all I
What's stopping
want.
you from getting respect?
No,
I get respect.
I
What's stopping
get
you from getting
respect. I get
So
respect.
but
That's
you
what I
just
want.
said
That's
you
what I
want
like.
respect.
What I think is,
You don't even know what you want.
I'll tell you what I
You don't know
want.
what you want. You want
As a
equality,
woman, I
and you want
carry myself
respect.
differently. I actually hold the things that I have done in the fights that I fought. I hold it. That's why when you speak to me, I don't move different. I move different to many of the girls. That's why when you talk to me and you argue with me, I don't take
argue
it.
with you.
You do
I tell
sometimes.
you.
And
I
I'll
don't
tell you
argue.
something. A lot of women may have the accolades to be somebody, but they are uncomfortable to own that. And the reason why, then I would like to ask you, for example, I do need a man, for example, to procreate. But other than that, I'm quite strong, and I would find a way to protect myself differently. With that mentality, what would be the man that would be for me then?
Danella, what would you do if one of these security guards broke into your door?
What would I do? Okay, I'll tell
What would
you.
you do? What would
One-
you do? No, seriously, there's no guns
She's
here.
a feminist.
I'll tell you. No, I'm not a
She was
feminist.
sick as a
I'm not a feminist. I'm a bit smarter.
Okay,
Either I play
These
dead.
two guys.
One. Yeah.
Okay, they see you're not dead.
It's okay.
They
No,
see
I'd
you
be like
breathing.
this, and then if not, maybe I would kind of like be very gentle and comply to find a way to get out of it.
so
If they want to come and kill
But
me,
let's make an
there's not
important
much
point.
that many people
But
can
let's make an
do.
important point. You're talking about equality equaling respect. The way you get respect as a woman is by being feminine. There's nothing, we can be equal and very, very different. I'm not saying that where there's not equality, but you've confused equality with the same. You can be equal with
Equity.
completely different things. You can have a bishop and a knight on a chessboard. They're equal in terms of points, but they do different things, right?
Mm.
A woman can have equal respect to a man if she is very good at being a woman, and a man gets respect for being very good at being a man. When a woman decides she wants to act like a man, or a man wants to act like a woman, that's where all gets fucked up. We try to pretend it's all the same. It's not the same. Men and women are good at different things. We have different strengths, different weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with accepting that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm a woman, I'm good at X, he's a man, he's good at Y. Then we work together as a team, we have a beautiful family, we're happy forever. It's only confused where you have women who sit and go, no, because in the name of equality, we can fight and work. There's no fucking women on the front line in Ukraine. That is psyop bullshit. They put some chick there dancing around doing Pokemon dances to try and convince men to go fucking die in a ditch. It's garbage. If you go to the front line in Ukraine right now, you do not see women in their makeup and their manicures. You see fucking men in the freezing cold dying. You know where the women are? Dubai, chilling. That's where the women are. So to sit and pretend that women are just as capable physically as men is a fucking lie. It's delusion. To say that you're as strong as men is delusion. You are good at other things. You're better than men at a lot of things, but it's not the physical world. And the unfortunate reality about life, this is what we're saying when I was saying earlier that feminism goes out the window when things get hard. The harder the world gets, the closer it gets to the baseline of humanity. The unfortunate baseline of humanity is violence. That's what happens if all the electricity were to go out and all the police were to quit, this would become a violent place very quickly, and there would be fucking zero feminists left. Zero. You would all need men. That's the bottom line of reality. That's the bottom line. So you have to understand as a woman and say, okay,
But no
I need a man who's good at being a man.
But no one's saying that we don't need men in society. Of course we do. We're talking about relationships. Yeah, you're strong, but the thing is, I can live my life as a woman and not need a man.
What's a woman?
Oh, Pearl, stop
Like
it.
in my day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car. I'll just go to the
But
mechanic.
listen, right?
But is a mechanic a man or a woman?
No, I'm saying yes, we need men in society, but in relationships, the only reason I actually need you is because I want you. I don't actually need you.
Do you know what?
I need you to procreate. Yes, I agree. But the thing is, I don't need you in my day-to-day life.
What if someone breaks into your house?
I'll just call the police.
Okay, what if they don't come? What if the average
Play
in the
dead.
US? In the US, it takes like 15.
And give them everything.
In the US, it takes like 15
That
minutes
is-
for them to get
But that's
there.
not realistic.
What?
That
Okay,
doesn't
okay,
happen
no,
on a
okay,
day-to-day life.
These
Wow.
two guys in your house, what are you doing?
But that's not realistic. I've not had any man break into my house on a day-to-day.
No, but the
It
point-
doesn't
the
happen.
point- the point is,
So let's be
I know what
realistic
you're,
now.
I know what you're saying, but the point is this. The point is, when we're talking about feminism as a whole demonizes men. And you just sat and said, besides procreation, I don't need a man in my life. I can go to a male mechanic or call a male police officer. They're men. So
In society, when you are needed,
societally,
I agree.
Okay,
Of
so-
course, we
so-
need you.
Of course. So you're talking about being with a man because you want to. So my question to you is, why would you want to be with a man?
Why would a man want to be with you?
Because they're sexy.
Like,
I feel like because of the time.
I love men.
No,
I love
We
dick.
don't sound
Okay.
like it, but it's all about dick. What I'm trying to say is
No,
that in a good relationship, right, one that works, there's blue jobs and there's pink jobs, right? And that's the problem that women have got.
Oh, gee.
They don't want to be doing no pink jobs.
But that's not
Do you
what
know
we're
what I mean?
talking about.
talking
We're
about?
talking about relationships. Why do you need a man in a relationship? Because you want a partner.
What
With
about
Companionship,
Because-
friendship,
you want
romantic
someone
love,
to-
things that you can't get by
romantic,
yourself.
Like you want to go on dates with him. It's not about I need someone to fix my car. Like, go to a mechanic. You're not safe. Call the police.
Not
Like it's
true.
not that deep.
wait, what about a father to your kids? You don't think you can
Exactly.
continue to
You
do
can
that?
be
I
around.
definitely want that. These are the stuff. This is the
But
reason
no,
why
you
need a
need
man.
that.
That's
That's
not- I agree.
Wait. It's not that you want it. You need it.
I agree. And these are the stuff that I need in a man. But it's like at the end of the day, it's not like I completely need you. It's
But
like, I want you.
the whole point is if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need a man.
In
there's no-
society,
it's a-
agree.
Why do we
In
act like women are
relationships,
so
no,
I'm
useless?
saying-
It's not that
I
deep.
can change a
No,
tire.
I'm saying if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need someone to protect you. You
Yes,
would.
of course.
Can
in
I-
society, not my
I'll
boyfriend.
go
Can I ask a
underground.
question?
Half of my exes can't even do anything.
Can I? Well,
That's actually another problem. A lot of men can't do much.
Do you know what I mean?
Not
In
everybody's
this day
strong.
and age, guys can't even
Listen,
fit a tire.
You
It's
cannot.
actually
You cannot.
ridiculous.
No, no,
Women
no.
can't
Hang on a
not
minute.
true, my
But I
sister.
can cook. I can cook.
Brothers.
Hang on a
And the thing
minute.
is,
And
I'm
you
not
speak to
even.
your brothers. They don't know how to
Listen,
do
I'm not
Can I
even
say something?
saying.
Guys,
Can I just say
we
something?
have to do one at a time.
Can I just say something? This is why you can't blame all men for your poor choices. You can't say, I'm talking to both of you because you're saying, yeah, my man can't do this, my man can't do that. What? And you want to settle down. Why would you go and choose a man that can't do these things that you wanted them to do?
Because
My man could do all the blue
I
jobs.
need a man.
Because
that
most
is
men grow up with a
all the blue
PlayStation
jobs.
instead. Most
No.
men grow up with a
Yeah,
PlayStation
it's a man that
and
you're
porn
choosing.
and things.
It's not.
No, that's the
It's
truth.
not. It's not.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself.
What's the man you
Listen,
pick?
I tell you what,
sorry, I don't need a mechanic to be my boyfriend.
You know what?
I need a father to my children. I don't need
You know something, right? She needs a
police
father. Hang on a minute.
officer.
She needs a father for her children, right? So
Yeah.
she's gonna go out there, right? And you're gonna buy your child an electric car. You're gonna go and buy your child a bicycle. Who the hell's gonna buy the bicycle and fix the electric car? Who's gonna do it?
You got YouTube. I know how to do these
Bro,
things.
I
I fixed the Bentley before.
Why do you
fixed
need
the
a
Bentley.
If you could do everything yourself, go and get some sperm donor or something because you obviously don't need a man.
That's
Because-
the future, I
And the
think,
thing
you
is,
know.
that's the future for who?
No, of
That's
my
the problem.
society.
Because at the end of the day, right,
What
listen,
year are you
hang
living
on.
in?
The
What
year that
year
you're
are
supposed
you
to be
living in?
Because
Like,
hang on a
you
minute.
act like
Wait,
you're
wait,
not
wait,
in the
wait,
Stone
wait,
Age.
wait, Let me finish
What are we
talking.
talking
Let me
about?
finish talking, right? Now you got a man, right? And you've been busy all day, right? And you're in your bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, and your man comes in with all of his friends and said, "Oh, babes, all the friends are here. They're hungry. What are you gonna do?"
Yeah, I cook for my man. I'm a traditional woman in that aspect.
Yeah,
I love to cook
Why
for my
is it
man.
that when people
If
start
you-
cooking,
if
they
you're-
think that cooking is traditional? It's everything. It's not just about cooking.
But-
They always say,
Okay,
"Oh,
I have a
I cook
question,
for my man, so I'm traditional."
I have a
No,
question.
no,
I have
no,
a
but the
question.
point is,
Wait.
I
I have a question. Are you virgin? You're traditional, you're virgin.
Are you a virgin?
No,
that's
I
it.
said in that aspect. I'm not gonna comment on me being a virgin or not. But what I'm gonna say is every human being should be able to cook.
She's a
Man
she's a
or
hybrid
woman.
of tradition and
I'm a person
modernization.
that survives. You know, I need to cook to
Right.
survive.
Can I ask Mr. Tate something, right? I'm gonna ask you something.
Sure.
Right, because I can't. I don't like bullshit, right? And like, there's some people that I can't
Why
even
is it
bear
excited,
talking to, right?
man?
So I'm gonna talk to him because so far he's talking sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's
You're
giving
welcome.
pick me.
Right. Who said pick me? Listen, who just said pick
They
me?
want me. Don't look
No,
at
did
me.
you-
oh.
I said
Did
it's
you
giving
pick me?
it's giving
Hang on.
pick me.
Give it
Because
pick
we're
me.
having a whole
Listen, right,
conversation.
listen,
And
right.
you're like, I don't
Hang on
want to talk to you. I
Hang on a
want to talk to Mr.
Hang on a
Tate.
minute. Hang on a minute. I've been with my man for 32 years.
Clap for
right?
yourself.
32 years. I don't need to clap for myself because I'm happy. I'm not here. And what I was going to ask him, right, is how would you think a woman? Would you think
Why are you
that
shouting?
woman?
Can you
Would you
calm
think that
down?
woman? Just calm down. I'm loud. I'm not sure you don't want to hear me shout. Anyway, Mr. Tate, like I was saying before we got rudely interrupted, right? I'm not sure you don't want to hear. Would you think
Why are you
that
shouting?
woman?
Can you
Would you
calm
think that
down?
woman? Just calm down. I'm loud. I'm not sure you don't want to hear me shout. Anyway, Mr. Tate, like I was saying before we got rudely interrupted, right? Now, is this your idea of a woman that you think deserves a man? I'm here, single, but I'm looking. I'm here. I'm like taking, if you want to hook me up, let me know. And I just want anybody, but choose. How does that make you feel? What is that kind of woman that you think deserves a man?
Well,
man. I'm here, single, but I'm looking. I'm here. I like taking. If you want to hook me up, let me know. And I just want anybody, but choose. How does that make you feel? What is that kind of woman that you think deserves a man?
Well, he's a top G. You can't be asking him this question.
But you said what top G, isn't it?
We're mere mortals,
Speak
Auntie.
for yourself. I'm not mere mortal.
I'm just mere mortal in his presence.
Because nobody
Come on now.
me.
Which kind of question be that?
Auntie, unlike you, we have options.
I'm a mere mortal.
Unlike you, we have options.
Everybody's 8.5.
Where's your ring?
That is the most stupid thing.
Because I actually can choose. I've not found a man that I want to be with.
Okay, that's
Well, I know your reality. I know your reality.
Yo, what the fuck's going on?
I'm looking. I'm here. I like taking. If you want to hook me up, let me know. And I just want anybody, but choose. How does that make you feel? What is that kind of woman that you think deserves a man?
Well, he's a top G. You can't be asking him this question.
But you said what top G, isn't it?
We're mere mortals,
Speak
Auntie.
for yourself. I'm not mere mortal.
I'm just mere mortal in his presence.
Because nobody
Come on now.
me.
Which kind of question be that?
Auntie, unlike you, we have options.
I'm a mere mortal.
Unlike
Let's
you,
see this man.
we have options.
Everybody's
Auntie.
8.5.
Where's your
That is the
ring?
most stupid thing.
Because I actually can choose. I've not found a man that I want to be with. Well, I know your reality. I know your reality is you gotta beg a man to give you.
Hang on a minute. You said, unlike you,
Yeah.
I have options.
We have options. Yeah.
You're out here looking for a man. You're out here saying that you're looking
When
for a
did
man.
I say I was looking for a man?
Oh my gosh, you was at the advertising when we done the introductions. That's what you said.
I said I was doing it.
That is what you said.
I didn't say I was going out looking for a man. I was doing it.
Hang on a minute.
You can't say I can decide if I want you.
Mr. Tate, listen to this insult, right? Listen to the
I'm not insulting you.
Hang on, listen.
I'm
What
not
do you call it?
insulting you.
Sign language. What I'm learning. Sign language. Right? Listen to what she just said to me. Unlike you, I have options. Fuck you, 32 years. You think I want options? I'm happy with my
It's
man.
giving you don't
I'm
have
happy
much
with my
options though. Because the way
No,
you're like,
it's not
oh,
pick me.
Auntie,
Auntie, she meant clout. Wait. She meant Esther. I'm sure you didn't mean pick me. You meant clout chaser. Is that what it is?
It doesn't matter. We can go with that too.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify your problem. I was just saying.
Wait. So,
I've totally lost it. Why would I want to have options when I've been in a happy relationship for 32
No,
years?
clout chasers his fans.
It don't make no sense.
I just
You can
I'm
monetize on YouTube
just
with
trying-
clout.
Why are you calling her pick me when you were the one advertising at the beginning of the show?
I said I'm doing interviews. I wasn't advertising nothing.
Okay,
It's
what is-
banter.
Wait.
You don't understand what an interview means?
Okay.
What is
All
it?
right.
What do you
She's
interview?
being
So-
spicy, guys. Stop it.
Auntie had a question for Andrew.
Oh yeah.
What was your question?
Oh, she asked already.
You didn't answer because everybody's too busy
Don't
jumping.
ask your question.
Everybody's too busy jumping in. I already asked, but you're too busy jumping in and being women.
He's
to be
patient.
listening. So
He's
now
ready
you,
to get
now you
married.
can all shut up and let him answer, innit?
I'll answer. Yeah. So to go back to one of my earlier points, firstly, to make it clear in the disagreement, I agree with, of course, I think everyone knows who I agree with. But I do, because you know what it is, though? You know what's actually funny? The things that she's saying are common knowledge 20, 30 years ago. This is how the world functioned. This is how the whole world functioned. The things I say that somehow people believe are controversial are exactly the way the world functioned in like the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. All of the entire period of human history, men had a role of masculinity, women had a role of femininity. We worked as a team. Now the world's come along and they've destroyed and broken everything. And there's this new progressive think and this new generation of women who seem to believe that if we completely fuck it all up, it's going to end up better. And my argument to that is, listen, we went from walking around in fields in small nomadic groups to building cities, to building the pyramids, to going to the moon. We managed to go from a few thousand to billions of people, populate the entire planet, build canals, build skyscrapers, cities. All of this was done based on the back of man being a man, woman being a woman, working together as a family.
And now it's destroyed.
Now they're going to come along and fuck it up.
If it's not broke, don't
It's
fix it.
destroyed. It's been destroyed. Man has destroyed Earth. What are you talking about? It's
No.
been bad decisions from powerful men
Men-
that got men to go to
men-
wars
men
and
built-
from women to lose husbands.
Men built.
Men make decisions for war.
Listen, please-
men kill men.
Please listen to me. Men built the earth. I'm not saying men are perfect, but the entire world that you're existing under was built by men.
Yeah, it's
all
true.
of it. So, and the point I'm making is now we're entering a world of new think. And the problem with new think is it's not tested. I don't give a shit what anyone's opinion is. What I can state as a matter of fact is we had 5,000 years of history that tells us how the world works with X and Y together. We're now entering a new paradigm. There's no 5,000 years of history. So whatever you believe about how it's going to work or it's going to be better or worse, whatever, that's just you guessing. Everyone is guessing, right? So we're entering a brand new paradigm and everything's completely fucked up. The point you were making earlier, which is a fantastic one about if I pick a woman who's advertising, et cetera, men always, please keep this in mind, especially if you're a female. People always say, the number of emails I get from girls that say you don't give enough girl game. I'll give you girl game right now. Your man wants status. That's what he wants. You need to find a way to make him look good to the world and to his friends.
So how do you do that?
I'll tell you, one of the ways a man can get status is to get the girl that no one can get. That's a very simple way, right? So
I said not ready to mingle. I did right.
Okay, no, but this is the truth, right? If I date a girl and she's perfect in every way, head to toe, and then I'd say, I met this girl. Yeah, she's this. Oh yeah, I took her for a date. Even if you didn't fuck her, did you fuck her? No, I just went for a date. So you went. The attraction goes from this to zero, done. And it may not. And she's perfect in every way, head to toe. And then I'd say, I met this girl. Yeah, she's this. Oh yeah, I took her for a date. Even if you didn't fuck her, did you fuck her? No, I just went for a date. So you went. The attraction goes from this to zero, done. And it may not for some men, because some men haven't got choices, but men like me who genuinely have unlimited options. We want complete exclusivity. That's what we're looking for, because that gives status. That's what you're looking for. So you have to be very careful as a female with all of your actions, all of your interactions with your boyfriend or when you're looking for a boyfriend, etc., and say, am I going to make my man look better by doing X or look worse? Simple things. I've had endless arguments about girls' nights out, right? Oh, you're insecure. It's not about insecure. I don't give a fuck if no man talks to you all night long. I don't care if you're going out and you're going to an all-girl club. I don't care. I know that when my boys say, oh, all the girls are going out, and I say, not my girl, she stays home. I look good. That's it. She stays home. She doesn't go out. She doesn't want to go out without me. That's status. It's not about the night out. It's about the status of being the man in the house. That's what a man wants. He wants respect. He wants to be the man of the house. I say she stays home. She stays home. Big G. Boom, boom. That's what we want.
Can I ask you something? What does the woman want in your eyes? What do you think? And what's the game you give for the boys?
I'm going to tell you, but before that, I need another Clementine, and I need to give half to our friend here because she just rolled her eyes at me. And I'm perspicacious. I notice everything. She doesn't realize I'm a ninja. I detect these things, even when I'm looking around. It's about the night out. It's about the status of being the man in the house. That's what a man wants. He wants respect. He wants to be the man of the house. I say she stays home. She stays home. Big G. Boom, boom. That's what we want.
Can I ask you something? What does the woman want in your eyes? What do you think? And what's the game you give for the boys?
I'm going to tell you, but before that, I need another Clementine, and I need to give half to our friend here because she just rolled her eyes at me. And I'm perspicacious. I notice everything. She doesn't realize I'm a ninja. I detect these things. Even when I'm looking directly ahead, I can detect it. So I'm going to give her some of my Clementine, and she's going to feel better. So I'm going to get a Clementine for you. Would you like some Clementine, my dear?
I'm sure.
You want some Clementine?
I think for me, it's like...
I asked you a question. Would you like some
I would love some, yeah.
You want some Clementine?
Yeah.
We're going to hook it up.
Okay.
Clementine's coming. All right. Go on. Continue.
Okay. What?
No, I mean, I just feel like this is definitely a different conversation for me because I'm very open-minded. I love hearing different perspective. And I do feel like this is a newer idea. Like you said, within the last 30, 40 years, this is a new concept. We don't know how it's going to end. I just know from like my experience, other women that I've met as well, it's like the reason for even like relationships, why they're not lasting is because people don't want to put up with the disrespect. And like, even when you were...
Man, I like those hairs, like really like bushy curly hairs of like when like brown, like black women, like I love those bushy hairs, like even like Brazilian girls or like just like tan girls, brown girls, when they have that on, they're so fucking attractive, bro. Like those really bushy, like curly hairs. Man, I don't know if that's real though, but they're really attractive to me, like personally. There's one of the categories of like females that I really like.
Talking about like, oh, it's okay for me to cheat, but not for you. My thing is like, why not have transparency and have it be polygamous, polyamorous, whatever works for you? That's like, to me, where it loses me with the traditional stuff.
I get it.
It's like, why can't we have transparency?
Okay.
If I sign up for that, cool.
So how does it no man in a million years. Let's all be realistic, right? No man.
Experience, other women that I've met as well. It's like the reason for even like relationships why they're not lasting is because people don't want to put up with the disrespect. And like even when you were talking about like, oh, it's okay for me to cheat but not for you, my thing is like, why not have transparency and have it be polygamous, polyamorous, whatever works for you? That's like to me where it loses me with the traditional stuff.
I get it.
It's like, why can't we have transparency?
Okay.
If I sign up for that, cool.
So how does it no man in a million years, let's all be realistic, right? No man in a million years is gonna meet a girl he likes and go, I want to be polyamorous. Like, come on, that's gay. Let's cut this bullshit. So let's be realistic. How does a man show love to a woman? Tell me.
Exclusivity.
Wrong. That is how
Time, resources,
wrong.
and something else.
Time, resources. So
Yeah.
that's a good way to start. So sexual exclusivity is how a female shows primarily that she's interested in a man. He's the only man who has sexual access to me because I can get pregnant, and this man is the only man who can do it. That's how it's done. A man, yes, I'm not saying all men can cheat. I'm not saying all men should cheat. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if I truly love a woman, she won't sit there and go, he shows me his love because he doesn't fuck anyone else. She'll sit there and go, he shows me his love because my bills are paid. I'm in a Bentley. I fly private. I go to Dubai anytime I want. I have a Chanel bag. And I'm not talking about just money. I'm talking about resource and a lifestyle as a whole. This is not just me. This is the world and most of the world today. If you go to Moscow and you find a big G, a rich guy, right? He has his wife. She's pushing a Bentley. She has a kid. She's living in a mansion, whatever. When he goes to the club with his boys, you think he ain't with 19-year-old strippers? Of course he fucking is.
Can I ask
but she's
you-
just like, whatever, don't care. I'm the one who has the money. Don't give a shit. So you have to sit there, and to a point, you have to sit and analyze the difference. When you're saying disrespect, if you're gonna go through life as a woman and say, I'm this guy, this is love because my men can cheat. I'm not saying all men should cheat. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if I truly love a woman, she won't sit there and go, he shows me his love because he doesn't fuck anyone else. She'll sit there and go, he shows me his love because my bills are paid. I'm in a Bentley. I fly private. I go to Dubai anytime I want. I have a Chanel bag. And I'm not talking about just money. I'm talking about resource and a lifestyle as a whole. This is not just me. This is the world and most of the world today. If you go to Moscow and you find a big G, a rich guy, right? He has his wife. She's pushing a Bentley. She has a kid. She's living in a mansion, whatever. When he goes to the club with his boys, you think he ain't with 19-year-old strippers? Of course he fucking is.
Can I ask
but she's
you-
just like, whatever, don't care. I'm the one who has the money. Don't give a shit. So you have to sit there, and to a point, you have to sit and analyze the difference. When you're saying disrespect, if you're gonna go through life as a woman and say, I only care about the sexual exclusivity of my man, then what you're going to end up doing is having a bunch of failed relationships and fucking loads of dudes.
Okay.
There has to get a point where you go, you know what? This guy ticks so many boxes. Once a year, twice a year, he's out with his boys, does some dumb shit. I'm just going to pretend I didn't notice because my bills are paid. I'm looked after. I can tell he cares about me. If I have a problem, he's going to fix it. He ticks so many. That's the smart female move, as opposed to go, I don't care how good he is to me. He fucked that bitch once, so I'm going to leave and I'm going to get another man who I don't love who'll fuck another bitch anyway, and then I'll get another man who I don't love who'll fuck another bitch. So end the cycle of dumb shit.
Can
They
I
just have to bite the bullet.
But more mild examples, though.
Wait. I have a question. Is there ever cheating that's too far? Like, so if a guy cheats on a girl, is there ever a point where she?
Yeah, there's a lot of cheating. There's completely a lot of cheating.
So,
that's too
like,
far.
if he knocks up another girl with.
All right. So
Yeah.
first things first, I'm a man of my word. I don't even think I'm a liar. So here's your Clementine.
Thank you.
And he peeled it. What a
Thank you.
gentleman.
I'm a gentleman. Right. So obviously, I'm not saying blatantly disrespect your woman, right? She's your woman. She's your queen. She's the most important thing in
Research about sex. If I if there's one thing I want in the world, it's what I'm thinking literally all the fucking time. When I dream, or just like think about, imagine myself. That's what I want. One thing I would want in life, bro. Doing what I fucking love and making a fuck ton of money, and fucking being fucking myself. Being myself. No limit. This music is so good.
The world to you. She needs to be treated in a way that she feels that, right? But it's unfortunate because I keep tying back to this baseline point. But the reason I keep going back to this baseline point is to try and explain to everybody at home how simple the world can be if you go back to the baselines of it. Why do men cheat? Most women don't know. You'll see them all the time. Why do men cheat? Oh, because men are just stupid. And why do men fuck girls uglier than their main chick? Why do men do all this stuff? Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Let's go back to the first thing I've been saying this whole time. Status. Yeah, that's my chick. She's home. Took this one home. Yeah, I got that one. She's chasing me. Status. But it's stupid to females. I get it. But that's the male world because sexual access is an easy indicator of status. So that's one of the reasons they do it, right? So you have to go back into the baseline of why men even cheat in the first place. I'm telling you, if you're a woman, the smartest thing you can do is look after your man, make him not want to cheat, be perfect. But there's going to be a time across a 20-year marriage you might just need to be a little bit blind, a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just don't look at his phone.
So
and you'll be cool. You'll be cool. Just make sure the bills are paid. He does his. drugs to the man.
What
Now,
if
I'm
you
not
can
saying-
pay your own bills,
but no, one second.
though?
But this is it. We'll talk about that in a second. But I'm not saying allow this for some fucking Joe Schmo. I'm not saying let some fucking loser pick you up, lock you down, and go
That's
cheat on you.
right.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if he's a G and he's doing enough of his other jobs. As for you saying, what if you can pay your own bills? Then what's the reality you face? Just like I described earlier, I'm going to decide that the thing that I prioritize above everything, above his resource, above the amount he cares for me. You'll see men cheat on a woman and then cry his eyes out trying to get that woman back. He still loves you. It's not the same as if you cheated. He loves you with all his heart. He'd die for you. He'd take a bullet for you, and he'd still fuck that bitch. Doesn't matter. It's a different game for men, right? So you're sitting there going, well, I'm going to prioritize his sexual exclusivity over all of his other attributes. You're just going to end up having endless failed relationships, fucking too many dudes. And then what's going to happen is your psychology is going to break, because females don't like to accept the fact that if you sleep with enough men and you get rid of the stigma around a new dick, your image is up. all of his other attributes, you're just going to end up having endless failed relationships. Fucking too many dudes. And then what's going to happen is your psychology is going to break, because females don't like to accept the fact that if you sleep with enough men and you get rid of the stigma around a new dick, your instant answer is constantly new dick. Ah, he didn't text me today. Fuck it. Someone else. Ah, he was rude to me. Fuck it. I'll cheat. Ah, he was this. I'll get a new boyfriend. And then you end up just jumping on cock all day and you're fucking done. You need to, the reality is you have to come a point where you get a guy and he ticks boxes. You're like, you know what? I'm wifey. I got the Bentley. He does whatever he does, but my bills are paid. That's
so
it.
When would you say
Fair enough.
when would you say it's too far? I'm just curious if there's a line that you would, like, if he spends money on another girl, if he, like, when does it?
Okay, that's a good question.
And second question, do you think that men ever fall in love with side chicks?
Very good question. And this is a long and in-depth answer, but it's a good question. Let me peel my clementine. But no, but it's a good question. Where is too far? I think publicly disrespecting is too far. So like you'll notice, let's take the Moscow G, all right? Let's take an oligarch, billionaire from Moscow. He has his wife, he has the girls he's in the club with. The girls he's in the club with wouldn't fucking dare message his wife. They wouldn't dare step out of line. Like, they know their place, right? So if there's a hierarchy and they know their place, that's one way of doing it. Spending money on a girl, certainly, yeah, because men show love primarily through our hard work, not just through our resource, but through our hard work. If you take a man who's not particularly rich, he shows his wife love by getting up every day, going to work 9 to 5, working his ass off and paying those bills. That's how he shows love. That's why he does it, for his wife and his children. Most men are out here working bullshit jobs, carrying trash. They're doing that to show love. So giving money, yeah, that would be a far more scary indicator than just sex. Let me give you all an example. I don't know if you all know my history, but I used to run a webcam business a long time ago. Don't want to talk about it, blah, blah, blah. But I had a bunch of girls who used to sit online and talk to guys, and they had laptops, right? This is a long time ago. And I used to sit and say to some of the webcam girls, I'd say, this man who is sitting in and logging in every night and sending you money every day and telling you he's obsessed with you from the other side of the world and missing out on time with his family to sit here and talk to you and send you money, That is more cheating than if he just went out and banged something. If he went out and banged something and came home, then done. But he's sitting here giving you his time, his money, his affection. That's cheating for a man. For a man to sit there and give money and time away, right?
Yeah.
So you have to stop this idea of sexual exclusivity. Yes, that's for females. That's how females show their love to men. It's not how high status, at least males, show their love to females. And anyone who wants to disagree with me, call me wrong, call me misogynist, whatever bullshit. Look at a history book. Every king, every sultan, every conqueror, every emperor, every knight, all of them had maidens, wives, all of them. That's history.
What level of G do you have to be allowed to cheat?
Well, it's not about even being allowed to cheat. I'm not even saying that. And it also depends on the partner you're with. I'm not trying to sit here and advocate for men to run around and fuck a bunch of women. I'm not saying that.
That's what you're doing.
No, but I'm not.
No.
Oh, I'm so tired. Conquer.
Explain, let him land, let him land. It's about to
Okay.
come. Now, our sister, let him land.
No, but
Go
I'm
on
not. I'm not. What I'm actually trying to do is describe the baseline unfortunate realities of human dynamics. And I'm trying to explain now to the world that any woman can get a man who will not cheat on her if she's prepared to sacrifice a bunch of other things, perhaps, right? In the olden days, it was different. The world was a different place. It was a completely different place, and it was better. Now it's all fucked up. It's fucked up on every level. And men, especially the high status men, most of them have struggled so hard to become high status. They've been through so much shit to get where they are. It's like telling him, if you climb this mountain, you can go to a candy store. And he climbs to the top of the mountain, and the second he's in the candy store, after one piece of candy, that bitch is saying, no more candy. He's like, no, I just climbed this mountain. I just got rich. I just went through X, Y, Z. I finally got here. I'm finally in the candy store. Now you're telling me I can only have one piece of candy?
Okay.
What man
Can I
Do you think that men owe a woman loyalty if she was there from the beginning?
Absolutely. They absolutely owe that woman
Oh,
loyalty.
sorry, sexual loyalty. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Sexual exclusivity
Yeah.
is different. Sexual exclusivity and loyalty are completely disconnected for males. Nobody wants to talk about this, but it's the unfortunate reality. It's true. I'm telling you, you can get a man, he can go on a holiday, can fuck some stripper, can come home, and you can lie detector test him. Do you love your wife? Would you die for your wife? Would you take a bullet for your wife? He'll pass the lie detector test. He loves her with all his heart. He'd do anything for her. It's just pussy. It's not a big deal. It's different.
I feel like, I guess my question would be then is like, how do you view sex? Because I like sex at the end of the day is spiritual unification. I feel like I've gone through a lot of different stuff. I've had a lot of different experiences where I did not value myself. So I never had a man that valued me. So it's like, yeah, you rack up guys and guys you shouldn't be texting back or whatever. But I feel like I understand that there is a difference with how men view sex and how they move around in the world. But it's like, sex is a sacred thing, no matter a male or female is doing it. So that's why for me, like my biggest, like the hardest for me to understand is like, this is such a sacred thing. And it's just it's like taking a piss for a guy.
Can I just say something? You sure you weren't making love to somebody who was having sex?
I'm sorry?
You sure that you weren't making love to somebody that was just having sex?
Hey, auntie, that's
Have I-
in there.
No, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like as women, they make love to men that are just having sex.
Right.
That's the difference.
That's not the point.
But my thing is,
But
okay.
I think,
Not
I
all the
think-
time.
So I think when men hear that though, it's like if it was sacred to you, you would have waited till you were married.
But it's
And
like,
think that's-
right. No, I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that. But the reality is that the world is not so black and white. So I understand that there are these things in place that worked and made sense. And now we're approaching an era that like, we don't know what's going to happen, but there's gray area. You've had sex. I've had sex. She's had sex. We've had sex with different guys. That doesn't mean that we're damaged goods. We're used goods. I understand status is a big part of that. I understand that sex is viewed differently, but I feel like you should not, if you're looking at face value, I can understand why you would be judged from your past. But if I'm a guy interested in you, I don't care about what you've done.
But that's
this
the
is
thing. Like men do though. That's the thing. Like a virgin's more valuable to a man than a girl that's had sex with multiple men. Like it just is what it is.
There's a limit.
But the modern man's solution is
even-
not a virgin. A modern man needs a partner, somebody that is actually smart and can survive in the world of
But I'm
today.
saying the men with
And
the
that's
most,
gonna
the
be a
men with
big
the most,
woman.
the men with the most choice are gonna pick women that are more pure in general.
The ones that are already
Like-
self-made, I guess so. But that's the
And
thing. The
beautiful,
reality
too, don't,
is,
like-
the reality is that there's a lot of men out there, especially in the world that we live in today, that need a partner. So it's time for those masses of men to start respecting women for the role they can play.
shit. Motherfucker. Fucker. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
in their
I
lives.
don't think average men expect women
Do you know
to
what
be
it is?
virgins.
Do you know what it is?
But it's this rhetoric that actually then is pumped into these minds and creates what people now complain about the misogynistic world.
No, do you know?
That's what it is. And even in schools, it's
Why
like
is it- why is
permeated
it
through
mis-
it all and
Why is it
perpetuated.
misogynistic for men to prefer women that are more?
It's not that
pure?
it's not, that's not the problem. The problem is now, listen, the maths is very simple. You've got people like Andrew Tate talking about these things with such clarity, and it makes so much sense because it is true, right? And then you have men that are in these situations where just average, working an average job, and they cannot fulfill whatever definition is called to be a man in these.
Yes, they can, and that's
No,
what he
they-
said. He did
no.
say that. Yes, they can.
No,
A 9 to 5 man can do it.
But then again, but wait, this is the thing. What we're talking about as a man, and this is why I say it's very important for us to understand the person that we're speaking to. And I'm very glad that you clarified everything that you mean. Not every man is like Andrew Tate. Not every man is going to be able to even realistically demand for certain things from a woman. So the same way women need to compromise if it comes to a man who is going to cheat on her because he's a top G, is the same way men are going to have to compromise and stop
No, but
blabbing
men-
about
but-
purity
men-
when they
but-
can't
but
do
Do you know
that.
something,
no,
right?
but
You
men-
just
men- men
you didn't
don't-
get none of what he.
What?
You didn't get none of what
I
he
made
said.
my point.
What'd
That was the
you
whole
say?
point.
What,
Duh.
what point? Well, duh. What? Because you just quoted him. You just said about his
No,
thing.
in these situations where just average is pumped into these minds and creates what people now complain about the misogynistic world.
No, do you know?
That's what it is. And even in schools, it's
Why
like
is it- why is
permeated
it
through it all and
Why is it
perpetuated.
misogynistic for men to prefer women that are more?
It's
pure?
not that it's not, that's not the problem. The problem is now, listen, the maths is very simple. You've got people like Andrew Tate talking about these things with such clarity, and it makes so much sense because it is true, right? And then you have men that are in these situations where just average, working an average job, and they cannot fulfill whatever definition is called to be a man in these.
Yes, they can, and that's
No,
what he
they-
said. He did
no.
say that. Yes, they can.
No,
A 9 to 5 man can do it.
But then again, but wait, this is the thing. What we're talking about as a man, and this is why I say it's very important for us to understand the person that we're speaking to. And I'm very glad that you clarified everything that you mean. Not every man is like Andrew Tate. Not every man is going to be able to even realistically demand for certain things from a woman. So the same way women need to compromise if it comes to a man who is going to cheat on her because he's a top G, is the same way men are going to have to compromise and stop
No, but
blabbing
men-
about
but-
purity
Yeah, yeah,
when they can't
Do
do
you know
that.
something, right?
No, but
You
men-
just
men- men
you didn't
don't-
get none of what he. You didn't get none of what
I
he was
made my
saying.
point. That was the whole point.
But
Duh.
What point? Well, duh. What? Because you just quoted him. You just said about his
No,
thing, and you didn't.
not only did I
you
get
just
clout,
didn't
I made my
understand.
point.
You
I said the
did not
average man does
understand.
not have what it takes to demand for a virgin
Hang on a minute,
or more.
hang on a minute. He already said that. He already said
And I
that. Do you know
reiterated
the
in my
problem
own
is?
words for my own
You didn't-
content for my page. And
Do you
so
know what
what?
it is, right?
Eh?
Is that too many women, they see regular guys and they feel they're settling. You're not settling. You're getting what you deserve.
But you can't be asking
You're not
for a
settling.
version, though.
Janelle,
You're not
but,
settling.
but,
You can't-
but the difference is men know this. Like most average men aren't.
The average men, the average men never
know,
say
but
they
the
were
difference-
virgins.
but the
They
difference-
Kind
but
of.
the difference
But
is
that's
the
what
difference.
Janelle was
Wait.
saying.
The difference is average men know they don't deserve a 10. They know they don't deserve an 8. They know they don't even deserve a 7.
And they still
And
go
that's-
messaging them on the
that's-
stories and all this
no,
dumb
no,
stuff
they're
that's just
not, though.
ugly.
Like most men in history haven't even reproduced. And so it's like men know, but the women are the ones that are delusional.
There's
That's why you
regular
have
men out
Lizzo
there. There's
shooting
regular
a
men
shot
out
at
there.
Chris Hemsworth.
There's,
Chris Hemsworth.
there's regular men out there that
Yeah,
will
but
have you
Listen,
down.
too.
Yeah, but can I just say, people are
I
watching
think I could.
Tate,
I got bad
not
fat.
understanding that Tate is part of that 1% of
How good
success
is
But
his
his
women,
whole-
and they think that they can demand the same thing.
No,
They can
okay,
demand
Well,
purity.
one second. Sorry. I understand the point you're all making. But let's understand.
Messaging them.
Like most average men are.
The average men, the average men never say they were
But the
virgins.
difference,
Kind
but the
of.
difference
But
is
that's
the
what
difference.
Janelle was saying.
Wait. The difference is average men know they don't deserve a 10. They know they don't deserve an 8. They know they don't even deserve a 7.
And they still
And
go
that's-
messaging them on
and
the
that's-
stories and all this
no,
dumb
no,
stuff
they're
that's just
not, though.
ugly.
Like most men in history haven't even reproduced. And so it's like men know, but the women are the ones that are delusional.
There's
That's why you
regular
have
men out
Lizzo
there. There's
shooting
regular
a
men
shot
out
at
there.
Chris Hemsworth. Chris
There's,
Hemsworth.
there's regular men out there that
Yeah,
will
but
have you
Lizzo
down.
too.
Yeah, but can I just say, people are
I
watching
think I could.
Tate,
I got bad
not
fat.
understanding that Tate is part of that 1% of
How
success
good is
But
women,
his whole-
and they think that they can demand the same thing. They can
okay,
demand
Well,
purity.
one second. Sorry. I understand the point you're all making, but let's understand something. To the sexual marketplace, females have always been, and still to a degree, are the gatekeepers. You can think about it in a very simplistic way. This is not the case, but let's simplify it for the sake of argument. Imagine men will run around and fuck anything, and women are the ones who say yes or no. You are the gatekeepers that have all the power. And this is what's actually truly interesting about the sexual marketplace, because whenever women go, there's not enough good men, then why you fucking, of course, why would they be good if you don't make them be good? You're fucking losers.
That's a good point.
So women, so you're talking about, I'm saying that, a man at a certain level can't do certain things. If you were with Joe Schmo and he wasn't treating you the way you believe Joe Schmo should treat you, then why you with him?
Leave. Sis, leave.
Like women have the gatekeeping. So if you get Joe Schmo and he treats you like you're his queen, treats you perfect, good. If you get a fucking guy at the absolute upper echelons of value and you still aren't happy with what he's giving you, then leave. Women are the gatekeepers. You women actually have all of the power. This is what's beautiful about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Women are constantly complaining. You have all the power. You're the ones who get to choose. You know who you should be mad at for all this shit? I'll tell you who you should be mad at. Do you know who threw away all the female power in the sexual marketplace? Promiscuous females. Because now you got chicks who will bang anybody without trying. So why should a dude get up and try?
No,
Do you have any idea how hard it is to actually be? Let me make this clear.
Go on,
Do
sir.
you have any idea how hard it is to actually be, no bullshit, a man? And I say this and women go, oh yeah, I do that. As soon as most women encounter any kind of problem, the first thing they do is turn to a man. Their man, their dad, the mechanic, the police, a man. If you actually put a woman in front of a problem and go, no men, they're like, oh, whoa, fuck. It's a mental breakdown. Men, day after day, especially if you're a high-level man, let me make it something clear from my life. I'll talk from personal experience. I'm not just looking after me. I'm not just looking after my chick. I'm the guy in about 300 people's phone books that they call when anything big goes wrong. You get arrested in Russia, you need extraction from Ukraine, you need $1 million, whatever it is, Kazakhstan, abduction, they call me. I'm the first phone call. I'm fixing 400 different lives. I'm a problem solver. Chicks can't fix fucking any of this shit, right? This is how hard it is to be a man. And it's amazing because society expects it of you, but so do women. If you had a man, be honest, you had a man and you went to your man and said, oh, I've got this problem. I can't fix this. It's broken. The car tire's broken. And he went, I don't know. You would dry up. Like, you'd be like, well, fucking, what the fucking point are you? That's the truth. You could sit here and go, oh, we call a mechanic. No, you wouldn't. Because society expects it of you, but so do women. If you had a man, be honest, you had a man and you went to your man and said, oh, I've got this problem. I can't fix this. It's broken. The car tire's broken. And he went, I don't know. You would dry up. Like, you'd be like, well, what the fucking point are you? That's the truth. You could sit here and go, oh, we'd call a mechanic. No, you wouldn't. You'd look at your man and go, what do you mean you can't fix it?
I'll do it
And this is
myself,
what
waste man.
and this is what she's saying about your man will get up and go, and you know what's beautiful about masculinity? A bunch of times a man will go up and he doesn't have a clue how to fix it himself.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll go, don't worry, baby, okay. And he'll stand up with no money and no clue. And he'll go out there and fucking try and find a way, because as a man, you need to be useful. It is so difficult to be a man. You have no idea the amount of pressure that we're under from society and from the women we even want to associate with. On a whole, it's difficult. So you have to keep all these things in mind. It's hard.
But can I share? You see what you just said about, the top G, that if that money, you can fly planes and fly that. Drop it down to if you were earning, like, say, 50,000 a year.
Yeah.
Could you be that same person amongst your peers?
100% you
That's
could.
what I'm trying to say.
100% you could. And also you have to.
Money doesn't make you a top G.
No, money is an amplifier. So that's the first thing about money. Money amplifies. Men can make money. Money does not make men. If you're a dork and you get rich, you're a rich dork. If you're a G and you get rich, you're a top G. Right? So that's the first thing about money. And I agree with you. But traditionally, and this is the baseline. And once again, when I say these things, I'm not looking to be attacked for being misogynist. I'm just commenting on how I view the world and how I see things. Traditionally, a man primarily gives his attention to a female to get sex, and she gives him sex back to get the attention. That's the swap, right? So if I'm a dude and I want sex from a girl, I give her attention, I talk to her, I hang out with her, I spend time with her, eventually I get the sex. That's how it works. But the higher value you are as a man, the more valuable your attention is, the more valuable your time is, the less you have to give. It's like potency, right? So I can give 5 minutes to a chick, and that's worth 2 weeks of some other dude's time. But that's the reality. So where you are on the scale is just basically how much of your time you have to give. Now, you can still give all your time to a woman, treat her like a queen, be respected by your peers. She can be happy with you. I'm not saying she will be in fact, I'll argue she'll be happier with that man than she'll be with a fucking guy like me. I'm not even out there saying I'll make chicks happy. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that she'll get the amount of time that she's going to want from that man. The amount of attention is linked to his status. But at a true high-level status of man, it's 2 DMs. Boom, boom. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Done.
This kind of leads into my next question.
All right, guys, let's take a second to hear from our channel sponsor. Florida cops are searching for 2 young women who stole a $25,000 Rolex after a male companion fell asleep during a late-night rendezvous at his condo. According to the Broward County Sheriff's Office, the man picked up the women from outside a bar down the street and drove to his place for cocktails. Though the man later fell asleep, his conniving companions remained on high alert. When the man woke up, the pair were missing, along with his Rolex, watch, and his credit card. Situations like this are happening all over the world, and you have to be on high alert to protect yourself. One way to protect yourself from identity theft is with Virtual Shield One. It monitors banking, retirement, and investment institutions for potential data breaches, dark web scams, social security protection, activity, and
Shut up. Please shut up.
and keeping my brow and protect your identity.
Do women prefer to be monogamous with a low-value man or share a high-value man?
Well, look at society, and you tell me.
Ask me.
Wait, so let's ask the single ladies. What would you prefer?
I would prefer someone who's monogamous. I left a situation where I got the Bentley, I had all that, I had the kids, I had that. That was great. I want a companion. I want real love. And to me, what monogamy means to me is someone who's committed to themselves. That's like, the answer is within you. And to be honest, I feel like, again, like the sex has been lost in translation and what it means. I don't care, man or female, it's been lost as it's so sacred. So for me, I have kind of taken those blinders off where I'm like, okay, he has to be here. I'm okay with dating the trainer in Austin, Texas. That's just where I'm at. Like, I don't need a certain thing because I know what I'm wanting. Most guys in that percentage are not going to give me. So I would rather have a monogamous man than someone who can do whatever.
Wait, so you think the personal trainer is going to be monogamous? They're like known for cheating, no?
Well, I mean, I don't. Here's my thing. Like, I get it. Like, I don't generalize people because I'm one of the most misunderstood people online as well. And I feel like there's a lot more to me, and I don't like to just put everyone in a box. I'd like to get to know people. So no, I'm not going to just say, oh, well, of course he's going to cheat on me. Like, no.
Okay. Would you take a guy that makes $35,000 a year and had a dad bod?
Had a dad bod?
Yeah. Dad bod.
I feel like for me, I would want someone who.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I pour into myself
Mhm.
and I'm accountable for my shit. I'm aware of what I got going on. I'm not gonna have a mom bod. I'm in the gym. I had a baby a year and a half ago. I'm in the gym 4 to 5 times a week.
Mhm.
So I would want someone who can match at least the work ethic. Now, when it comes to money, I know for me, I want to be able to. I do not want to rely on a man. I have literally done that before. It didn't pan out in my favor. Okay, because what happens is you get the rug ripped from under you, and then now you fucking get out, bitch. Give me the motherfucking keys. It isn't that. So for me, the lifestyle I want, I am responsible for. So I don't look for a man to make X amount of dollars because anything that I want, I'm gonna get myself.
Well, because in my head, I feel like a guy's just as likely to cheat if he's in the top 20% of like looks. Just as likely as
Okay.
money. You know what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't.
Let me ask a quick question just so I can clarify something because I understand your points. You're saying you want a partner, a life partner. Are you sure? And I'm not accusing, I'm genuinely asking. Are you sure you're not confusing the amount of time the man spends with you with his monogamy? Because they're different things. Because what happens a lot of the time, if a man's out here chasing chicks, he's barely home.
Mhm.
But imagine you had a man who was home 7 nights a week. He was always home. I'm talking about like an hour, like during his work lunch, you don't even notice. Then would you even give a shit about monogamy if you had all of his time effectively? Would you really care?
I still would care because I feel like it's still just an hour a day and it's not really quality time. I feel I really have been in so many different situations. Again, the trainer in Austin to the NBA player baby daddy. Like I have seen all of that stuff. And it's just my personal experience and perspective to where I want someone that sees the value in the Grand Canyon. I want somebody who
I understand. Okay,
like-
so that's a good point. And so I'll just ask the first question. I'm gonna ask the second
Okay.
question. The realization you've come to is an interesting one. It is something that happens, especially to females as they mature. Don't you think it's strange, or why do you think that 0 women on earth choose those kind of men who they perhaps have slightly lower status, but are more likely to be loyal to them, be monogamous, etc. In the modern world, because like I said, the world's changed. Why do you think 0 women choose them when they're at the peak of their choices? So when a woman is 19 and she can go anywhere she wants, every man wants. Have a slight
Just thinking of sacrifice. What would you sacrifice for the young?
lower status, but are more likely to be loyal to them, be monogamous, etc. In the modern world, because like I said, the world's changed.
Oh.
Why do you think 0 women choose them when they're at the peak of their choices? So when a woman is 19 and she can go anywhere she wants, every man wants her. She can go on any yacht in Miami. She can get flown out to Dubai, where she has all the choices in the world. Why is she completely uninterested in those kind of men? And then when she gets to a certain age of maturity and there's a whole new generation of girls who have all the choices, then they sit there and go, you know what? I deserve monogamy and da-da, and they all of a sudden want to grow up and mature. Why does no woman decide that when she actually is at her most valuable?
I feel like like I said, I don't like to speak.
A woman is 19 and she can go anywhere she wants. Every man wants her. She can go on any. Y'all. In Miami, she can get flown out to Dubai, where she has all the choices in the world. Why is she completely uninterested in those kind of men? And then when she gets to a certain age of maturity and there's a whole new generation of girls who have all the choices, then they sit there and go, you know what? I deserve monogamy and and they all of a sudden want to grow up and mature. Why does no woman decide that when she actually is at her most valuable?
I feel like like I said, I don't like to speak for all women. I just speak for myself. But I know for me that I was looking for a man for a lifestyle, something that I was not able to do individually by myself. So that's why it's like, well, yeah, I want to be able to do this, do that. I want to go for the football player that was just on GQ. And in reality, now I realize, well, okay, there's a lot that comes with that. I can make my own money. I don't necessarily need that type of guy for the happiness that I'm looking for. Again, seeing out even the Grand Canyon is a lot different than like, okay, here's money for this, here's allowance for that.
And
Here's
that's
an
the
hour
same
of my
thing
time.
as you asking why a man that is 20, 21, 23 is not a top G, like a 30, 40-year-old man.
No, the point,
your age actually dictates your sort of maturity to a large extent.
well, I'm arguing the point. The point I'm trying to make is that what I actually think happens, especially in the modern world, because the modern world's all fucked up and nothing's the way it's supposed to be. The traditional life path of a female is she's 17, she's 18, she's 19, and her value is massively inflated. And I don't blame her. Of course it's massively inflated. Imagine being 19 years old, have achieved exactly fucking zero in your life, knowing nothing. You put makeup on and sports stars, billionaires, actors, the most important famous people on the planet, the richest men on the planet are begging for your attention. The ego you're going to develop, let's all be honest, right? The ego you're going to develop is going to be monu-fucking-mental. I'm special, I'm so gorgeous, all this bullshit, right? And then what happens as they grow older, as new generations come along, because the truth is most women are at their peak attraction, let's say in their early 20s. As they grow older, what women become is far more fearful of competition. This is why you'll see a woman who's a bit older go, oh, I really want monogamy. What she's scared of is her dude getting a 21-year-old. That's what she's fucking scared of. She may not know it, she may not say it, but basically that's what the truth is, because she knows a 21-year-old is going to be more desirable, higher status, more fertile. That's what she's scared of.
Cheating is bad when you're 30 or 27.
So no, but it's not about that. I'm telling you the shift in the female mentality, because when a female is 20, she doesn't give a fuck about any of this. She doesn't want to find a nice man. Now she's trying to, like you're saying, chasing a lifestyle, chasing Mr. Promiscuous, chasing Mr. Famous. Doesn't give a shit until she starts getting scared. Oh shit. My age begins with 3 now. And then they change, the mentality changes. It's a fear element. That's the reality. And it's a biological fear element. I'll give you an example of it. You know what's amazing about humans? We are still very primal. When men like these two and me, when we walk through the mall, people just move. It's like you can sense when the big animals turn up, right? It's something amazing about humans. If you have a very attractive 45-year-old woman, she's gorgeous, but a gorgeous 19-year-old walks in, look at that 45-year-old woman's face. She's furious. She fucking hates her. She just doesn't like her for no reason.
Yeah.
Because women understand, unfortunately, but your age is a massive indicator in your value. In an inverse way to men are more valuable as we get older. Every woman knows that. Every woman will sit here and go, yeah, well, I know a man who's older than me. Of course. But if I say it the other way around, I'm misogynistic. It's just the reality of the world. So then we have to go into the other point. The point is this. When you were at your peak value, you had zero interest in monogamy. But then you find a man who's 35 at his peak value. He's finally struggled and worked, because when he was 19, no girl spoke to him. When he was 23, he was broke. When he was 24, he had no life experience. When he was 25, he couldn't fuck. When he was 20, whatever. He finally gets to the point where he's now at his peak value. Him at 35 is you when you were 19. And then you're sitting there, he would find a man who's 35. So then we have to go into the other point. The point is this. When you were at your peak value, you had zero interest in monogamy. But then you find a man who's 35 at his peak value. He's finally struggled and worked, because when he was 19, no girl spoke to him. When he was 23, he was broke. When he was 24, he had no life experience. When he was 25, he couldn't fuck. When he was 20, whatever. He finally gets to the point where he's now at his peak value. Him at 35 is you when you were 19. And then you're sitting there saying to him, no, you should be monogamous. It's like, well, you fucking weren't. You did whatever you wanted in your peak. Now I'm finally got there. And I had to work for my shit. God gave you. God and L'Oreal gave you. I had to fucking struggle. I had to go through hell to get on this yacht.
This man.
You go on the yacht with an Instagram DM. I had to buy it. And now you're telling me I need to fucking settle down and behave and grow up? Fuck
Well,
you.
because
It's bullshit.
you're assuming that the journey is a man that starts with nothing to something, because there's a lot of men
That
that
is
have
exactly the journey of every man on earth. We are born without value.
well,
Do you?
ah, so there's specificity in that.
Can I just
Because
ask-
that's not how it should be for everybody, and that's not how it is for everybody, and not for every woman either as well, may I just say.
Can I ask Brittany something?
This man, he's hilarious, bro. Oh man, this man is hilarious, bro. And his points are so like straightforward. He's very concise with his points. I like that, you know. Oh, bro, I gotta take a fucking shit. Oh, bruh. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures lie here. Na, 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 na. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures lie here. Da, 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 da. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures lie here. Da, 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 da. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures lie here. Da 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 da. One shot, how should I feel? Pictures lie here. Da 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 da. Oh. No. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures like you. One shot, how should I feel? Creatures like you. One shot. Oh.
Like, then you've learned in the past, and now you want to find someone to settle down. With hindsight now, would you have reversed it and like started young, looking for someone to settle down with, looking for those values that now you know? I'm talking that with hindsight.
Okay, well, I actually from 18 to 22, I was in a relationship. I've always actually been a lover girl, despite what I put out online for
I've never
views.
seen you online.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's even better. I have always wanted one person, and I feel like I was so delusional in thinking that, oh, I'm like you said, like I have value, I'm beautiful, I'm this, I'm at my peak. Like, why wouldn't you want to be with me? So going into these relationships, or just like just people, my goal was always to get commitment. Like, I'm giving my time, I'm pouring into you because I want commitment. And the reality is, I never really understood my value. So I was going through guys, giving up sex, doing this, and it didn't make sense. So I believe in, like, I stand on everything I do. Like, I don't do apology tours. It is what it is. And I think that's where I feel like when they talk about women being delusional and all these other things, it is true. Because what you have to understand is that there are repercussions to your decisions, which is fine. So then you're talking about, okay, well, I want this type of guy, I want this, that, and that. You're talking about maybe monogamy. That's 3 to 5% of animals are monogamous. I think that's what it is, right? So your window is really, really small for what you're looking for. And even to go on to the point you said where you were talking about, it's like a subconscious fear. I think it's like, for me, I feel like if it was more of a fear, I would have just stayed in my situation. Like, it wouldn't have made sense. Like, I mean, that was my first kid. I thought I waited and did it right. I left because I believe that there's something else on my heart when it comes to love. And I'm just going to have to trust that. And if that means being alone, having a dog, I have to take that chance, because the Bentley, the ring, the house, and still getting, again, deceived, right? Disrespected, because deceit is disrespect, right? So I cannot settle for that. I can't suck a dick and shut up. And that is where a lot of people don't like my views and what I represent, because it is something new. I don't know how it's going to fucking end. I don't know what's going to happen.
What would you tell your 17, if you had to, like, what would you tell your 17-year-old self, knowing what you know now? Looking back, and you had to meet yourself at 17, what would you tell what would you tell yourself? Like, lock it down and wait for the right man, don't have sex. What would you tell your 17-year-old self?
That the answers aren't outside of you, because I feel like I'd always look for men to answer all of my questions that I've ever had. I thought when I had a man, it would complete me. And I feel like too, especially with like my dad not being in my life, you look for somebody to guide me. Like, so that's where for me, I put too much value in someone else having the answers for me. So that's why I'm really big on accountability. So I would just tell myself, like, to be patient, to take your time, because I was always quick. Oh, let's try to get in a relationship. Like, we weren't even compatible. There's a lot of just not compatible factors. So I feel like for me, it would be to slow down and to really get to know people, instead of just blindly banking on potential that most likely will never be tapped into, or selling myself short because there's a fear of, well, I don't know, this could be the best that I could get. I might as well just shut up and suck it in.
And that's what I meant about women nowadays, because exactly what you'd be telling your 17-year-old self is what happened back in the day. So when I'm repeating these things, I'm going, oh, you're old fashioned. But it seems like women do what they like, and then they hit a certain,
oh, I don't know, this could be the best that I could get.
Why do I feel so like, I feel like a bit dizzy and slightly nauseous. Maybe I ate a little bit too much. I shouldn't eat from now on. I shouldn't. I'm awake because of all the caffeine that I fucking consumed. That is why I'm awake.
A lot of just not compatible factors. So I feel like for me, it would be to slow down and to really get to know people instead of just blindly banking on potential that most likely will never be tapped into, or selling myself short because there's a fear of, well, I don't know, this could be the best that I could get. I might as well just shut up and suck a dick.
And that's what I meant about women nowadays, because exactly what you'd be telling your 17-year-old self is what happened back in the day. So when I'm repeating these things, I'm going, oh, you're old fashioned. But it seems like women do what they like, and then they hit a certain age and say, oh, well, I've got to settle. But it's not settling. You're just getting whatever you can.
You know,
Or whatever you deserve.
You know what?
Because if you think back now, you'd be telling people now, rather than say that auntie's old fashioned, or auntie don't know what she's talking about, look what she be telling her 17-year-old self, which ain't nothing that I already said.
Yeah,
Because really and truly, really and truly, let me finish. Because what I've always said, and you can check, I'm an older version of you. So where you've been, I've already been and I've come back. So that's why I asked you, what would you tell your 17-year-old self? Because me telling you is, I'm telling my 30-year-old self. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So it's not that I'm old fashioned, it's just that women hit a certain age and then realize, oh my God, it wasn't that old fashioned. You know, it works because it does. But there's no point in waiting till you're a certain age to start thinking about it. You know, even if you're like, you hold your own accountability. So it's like if you meet somebody and they were like 17, 18 and you saw them acting a certain way, they ask you for advice, you won't say do as I do. You say, listen, this is what happened to me. And this is what I thought. And what I recommend you do is blah, blah, blah. Am I right or am I wrong?
No,
Now, rather 18-year-old.
no, this could be the best that I get. I might as well just shut up and suck a dick.
And that's what I meant about women nowadays, because exactly what you'd be telling your 17-year-old self is what happened back in the day. So when I'm repeating these things, I'm going, oh, you're old fashioned. But it seems like women do what they like, and then they hit a certain age and say, oh, well, I've got to settle. But it's not settling. You're just getting whatever you can.
You know,
or whatever you deserve.
You know what?
Because if you think back now, you'd be telling people now, rather than say that auntie's old fashioned, or auntie don't know what she's talking about, look what she be telling her 17-year-old self, which ain't nothing that I already said.
Yeah.
Because really and truly, let me finish. Because what I've always said, and you can check, I'm an older version of you. So where you've been, I've already been and I've come back. So that's why I asked you, what would you tell your 17-year-old self? Because me telling you is, I'm telling my 30-year-old self. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So it's not that I'm old fashioned, it's just that women hit a certain age and then realize, oh my God, it wasn't that old fashioned. You know, it works because it does. But there's no point in waiting till you're a certain age to start thinking about it. You know, even if you're like, you hold your own accountability. So it's like if you meet somebody and they were like 17, 18 and you saw them acting a certain way, they ask you for advice, you won't say do as I do. You say, listen, this is what happened to me. And this is what I thought. And what I recommend you do is blah, blah, blah. Am I right or am I wrong? And they ask you for your advice.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I totally agree with that. I think that no matter what you decide to do, you have to accept whatever repercussions come behind that. So any advice that I give to anybody is do what you want, but just know there are repercussions, good, bad, or indifferent, that are going to come behind it. So, I mean, and I think that's just where I'm at. I don't even think it's like an age thing. I think it's like, in reality, I have a son, and you really start asking yourself questions. And again, I hate that it took having a child to really look into my life and call myself out on my bullshit.
So if you got pregnant earlier, if you got pregnant at 18, 19, would it?
I was always on birth control.
Okay.
I was on birth control for a decade. I got off birth control because the person I was with wanted to have a baby.
Okay.
So again, I thought I did it right. Clearly not, because I wasn't married, but it still didn't work out because it just wasn't my guy. So that's where I just think, like, even if I still would have taken it slow, there just were a lot of people that just were genuinely not my person, and that's okay.
I would just
Speaking of marriage, I wanted to know, do you think we're in a post-marriage society? Because on one hand, we hear that women should wait till they're married to have sex, but at the same time, we also hear from the men that they don't want to get married anymore. So what do we do with that?
Seems like it's true, because nowadays a lot of people are looking at marriage as a contract rather than a partnership. And there's a huge difference between that, because with a contract, there are so many terms and many headaches and this and that. And
Well, it is a contract.
Well,
Yeah.
no, that's why.
Yeah.
But that's because that is what it is now, because realistically, the traditional sense of marriage is not a contract, really, in terms of the law. Once the law is involved, that's when everything went tits up, I think.
Yeah. So the problem is that there's zero advantage to marriage in the Western world for a man. There is zero statistical advantage. If you use your mind, if you use your head instead of your heart, and you look at the advantages to getting married, there are absolutely not really none. Because this new idea of new age feminism just basically destroys all men in the idea or in the event of her leaving. And it's very common that women leave, right? Let's stop the man versus woman attack, et cetera, et cetera. Life's difficult for everybody. We all have different challenges, different things to go through. But if a woman marries a man and it goes wrong, she has emotional heartbreak, fine. But if a man marries a woman and it goes wrong, he has emotional heartbreak. Plus, everything he has ever worked for is ripped out from underneath him. And he has to give that chick money forever.
In some places, you don't even have to be married.
Exactly.
That's why the men don't want to live with the women either.
That's right. So when you make these rules and these laws, right, under the guise of feminism and equality, all this garbage, all you're doing is scaring men away from commitment. And then you have to add in the other hidden element. And the other hidden element is what I said earlier, is whose fault a lot of this is promiscuous women, right? So when society is broken down, if women were saying, if all women got together and said, we'll only have sex after marriage, guess what men would do? Get married. But you don't, right? So now you're in Miami. I go to Miami. I can fuck anything in the club. I don't have to marry any of them. If I marry them, I get wrecked. So, like, let's all use our brains here. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to be like, well, no, bounce, see ya, no. So men have been scared away from the idea of marriage. And that's a lot of that is the fault of this new bullshit law and this new feminism and this new crap. They don't give men any tactical advantage. And I'm talking about small things. A man's not even allowed to be a man in his own house. You know, in England, you will get accused of emotional abuse. I can marry a woman, not lay a hand on her. I can just raise my voice at her. That's emotional abuse. I can raise my voice at her because she's going out drinking with dudes. She can go out drinking 6 nights a week with men. And I can say, what the fuck, you're my wife, sit down. She can call the cops, call me emotionally abusive. I get arrested now. Now there's a court case against me. I have to go to court and defend myself. She'll divorce me, take my house. I have to sell my car because she's drinking vodka with fucking God knows who.
But you notice that
It's
earlier on.
insanity.
What do you think of child support?
And that's another interesting thing, because a lot of these arguments, it goes beyond man and woman, and it goes into the larger sphere as a whole, right? Because we talked earlier about war and how a lot of men used to die, and that doesn't happen anymore. So what you used to have in societies, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, I'm just commenting, right? What you used to have in societies is a bunch of men would die at war because men have more dangerous lives than women. There'd be a bunch more women than men. The top Gs would impregnate a bunch of women, and the top Gs could take care of the women, and that'd be it, et cetera, et cetera. That's now changed, right? So a lot of the reason that monogamy is pushed is because it's good for society. And it is good for society. It's good for society as a whole to have a man, a woman, a family, they're together, the man provides for the woman, et cetera. The government doesn't want to pay for all these kids. If you don't have child support, who's paying for these kids? The government does it. It breaks down, right? So that's why child support is enforced in many parts of the world. In certain other parts of the world, child support isn't enforced because they have religious beliefs or genuine family beliefs that keep the families together. But in the Western world, now you need child support because you've broken things down to the point where men don't want to be married to chicks. Chicks don't want to listen to the man. The man can't even be the man in his own household. He can't even feel respected where he goes. His woman gives him no status. And now he doesn't want to fucking deal with her anymore. So how do you get that kid paid for? Well, then tell the man, or you go to jail. And you just come along with the fucking long arm of the law and you fuck him. And so, yeah, it's difficult.
makes
It's hard
sense,
to
though.
answer. Yeah, but it's hard to answer. The true answer to all of it is an idealistic answer. I don't like to think idealistically and talk idealistically, but it's the truth. The true answer to it is to instill in the man a sense of duty in which he wants to take care of his woman regardless, because that's his child. But you will do that. I'll tell you how you do that. You do that by inspiring out of the man by being a very good woman. So I'll give you an example. If I had a child with a woman and she was always a great woman to me, she never cheated on me. She was a good woman to me. And I was running around being whatever. And she's like, look, I just can't put up with you anymore. You're top G. You're going to do what you're going to do. I'm going to look after your kid. You can see him anytime you want. I care about you. Please don't leave me in poverty. I'd say, cool. 100%. I'm not a fucking dickhead.
Can I
cool,
say something? That's
I
a
got you.
real man though, because I was in a situation but I was just in a situation like that to where it's like hearts don't break even. And that's the reality too. It's like if those morals and principles are not instilled in a man, none of that shit matters. So obviously the child support stuff obviously hits close home to me because I'm already $50,000. It's just in lawyer fees trying to get him to provide.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it sucks because it's like you play in the NBA, like why don't you want to do more? And it's just because again of the relationship, it's personal. It's not about our
Personal.
son.
That's right.
So it's like, if you're not,
So
I just feel like it's like, why do you get money for making a poor choice?
well, it wasn't a poor choice because it took two.
I'm not trying to like disrespect you in any way. It's just like if you left. And
no,
so it's
yeah,
like, why do you get money for it? It just doesn't make sense.
because we made a commitment. So we made at the end of the day, we made a commitment. We have a forever commitment. Fuck marriage. We are forever family. So again, as someone who is literally going through this, if I made more money than him, I would be paying him child support, and that would be fair to me.
But this is what's really interesting. What's truly interesting is if you go to other countries, and I'm talking about civilized countries, right? If you go to Poland or Czech Republic or whatever, these countries, which are in many metrics more civilized than the West, they're safer to live in, they're cleaner, etc. There's no child support laws. So if you have a divorce, the man just takes care of the woman because that's his kid and that's just what he's supposed to do, and that's just it. So what you're saying is, you're right about the man having the morality instilled inside of them. And my point is that the reason a lot of this doesn't exist, the reason men don't have morality installed in them is not just about the individual case of the man. It's about society as a whole. It's about women as a whole, men as a whole, the dating game as a whole, the life he's living as a whole. And this is the world we live in. This is why I was talking about how dangerous new think is, because now we have this new think, this new world, and we're living in this new world. And the truth is, as a man, now the game has changed. In the game of chess, sometimes it's not about winning. It's about making sure you don't lose. If you can not lose, if you could not blunder any pieces and protect your king long enough, you'll win the game. And there's a lot of men who are now like, okay, how do I not lose? Well, you know what? I become fucking ruthless. That's how I don't. And we're living in this new world. And the truth is, as a man, now the game has changed. In the game of chess, sometimes it's not about winning. It's about making sure you don't lose. If you can not lose, if you could not blunder any pieces and protect your king long enough, you'll win the game. And there's a lot of men who are now like, okay, how do I not lose? Well, you know what? I become fucking ruthless. That's how I don't lose. I get all my sex because the women are promiscuous. I get laid as much as I want. I don't let anyone fucking tie me into anything dumb. Any bitch wants to get fresh to me or fucking talk to another dude, I cut her off financially. And you just get ruthless so you don't lose the game. But that's because the game's been rigged against men. So the harder you rig the game against us, the more ruthless we're going to have to be to compete. And it's unfortunate. I'm not saying I have the answers. I'm just saying why men do what they do.
Can I just say with regards to Brittany, I just think that with regards to child support, you've got a kid, you look after it.
Hey, and I do.
Not you, the men.
I was like, I do look after my son.
No, not you.
Okay, I was like,
no, that's why I said, that's what I said with regards to the child support. That's what I first said. I think that you have a kid that you should look after it. I don't agree with men giving the women money, but I think it's disgusting that a man can have a child and not support it.
So why? But this is another thing. So this is the comments we have to make, right? Because we don't have all the answers. We have to make the comments on it. this goes into the deeper point. Every time a court rules in favor of a chick having $100,000 a month, that puts men off to a level. Like, it's fine if there was a baseline child support, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month. That's if you have a kid, baseline, regardless of income. If your man wants to give you more, he does. If he doesn't, whatever. But when you come along and start saying this percent of a man's income, do you have any idea how scary that is to a man who works for his money? He works for his money. And do you know why it's scary? It's not just because he's giving his money away. It's because he knows he isn't giving money to the kid.
Yeah.
The kid, you can raise a kid on $500 a month in most of the world. You want that kid in Gucci, you in Gucci, you in a nice car, going on dates with another dude with my money. I'd rather burn the fucking house down than to give it to you under
They
those
should make
circumstances.
vouchers for child support.
I just think it incentivizes poor decisions. Like I haven't gotten pregnant by someone, but like but I'm saying, but like you're gonna pay someone who's done that. Like why do they get?
No, but I'm literally telling you that if I made more money than him, I would have no problem paying for my child. And there's child support laws vary in different states. So in North Carolina, for instance, if you make over a combined of $300,000 a year, then you are considered off the grid. So then you have to prove this is how much your rent is. Any bill that my son occupies, I get a percentage of. So on the low end, it would be 50%. If there's a big enough salary gap, it could be up to 97%. And the judge gets to decide what makes the most sense. So if my child's father makes $20 million a year from basketball, he gets to decide if $6,000 is a lot, if $8,000 or $10,000, whatever. But you have to prove that. So it's not like you just it's enough money for a Chanel bag. Like these are my son watches Peppa Pig. That's a cable bill. You know what I mean? So it's a percentage of everything. So you're not like just living it up. You're just living. So you're able to. There's a roof over your son's head.
My whole point is that like it's all down to choices. And the man
made a choice too because I can't get pregnant unless he nuts at me.
I understand that, but I'm
then there's nothing to argue. You're
the one that's you're in control of who gets born. Abortion's legal.
Okay,
as soon as he nuts, it's completely out of his control.
Listen,
can I just say something though?
Wait,
just
Auntie,
play devil's advocate that I had my child and we and the dad went together, and I didn't take a penny from him, and the government wanted me to, but I decided that no, it was better off that my child I look after him myself. Anything he wants to give his son if he wanted to was extra, but I worked hard and I done it all on my own because it was this less because it's this headache. It's this
no, and I know a lot of women that went that route.
It's unfair though that you have to think that he's not going to be a man and take care of his child. Don't you think that's unfair on you?
No, because he's my child and he's happy. Now I'm going to give him what he wants.
Child as well. He made that child.
That's why I don't need a man.
But the whole point is you choose who you sleep with.
Listen, right, as far as
he chooses as well. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like,
this is to the tango. What are we talking about?
I'm saying right now it's not fair because women have abortion that's legal. It's not legal for them. They get no say. They get no say, and it's the same thing with birth control.
I mean, I could have done, but it wasn't worth my time.
You can get
Why am I going to go and fight a man?
IUD. It's like 99.9%.
But what if the man wanted the child though?
That's exactly my point. So I was on birth. Let's just use me as an example.
My point. I think he should. I think he should take care of it. I just don't agree with having legal incentives for women to leave. That's my point. He should give you money for the kid. If you have a kid, you should. But I just don't agree with.
See, but the thing is, if men stood up and became fathers to their children, women wouldn't have to.
We're in control of who we sleep with. So at the end of the day, but you pick who you sleep with.
Okay.
So you pick a guy that's getting girls pregnant left and right.
But she doesn't know that he's not going to be there. She doesn't know that.
If she married him, she'd be all right.
She trusted this man to be a father to a child, and now she's left with a child, and no one's going to support her.
Marry him.
Don't you think that's unfair?
Should have married him first.
I mean, you can get married.
Of course.
You get married, but you get married.
That's what I'm saying. It's
You
just
think
like
marriage is what solves problems? Are you guys
No,
actually
what I'm trying to say, marriage will solve the financial problems.
Spoken, Auntie. Please don't cut me off. This is the problem, yeah? Stop acting like every woman that leaves a marriage and gets divorced is because she's this and she's that. There's a lot of women that suffer and they actually need the support and the legal incentive so that they know when they leave, somebody can back them up because they'll be on their own. Stop acting like men are angels because there's a lot of men that are dealing with a lot of the traumas that they have from a man's world being difficult. The same way that Andrew Tate explained, a man's world is highly competitive. Men are out there suffering. It is hard to be a man. And a lot of the time, the person that takes the brunt of it is the woman. So yes, she's well within her right to leave, take her child, and be in a better place. And the government should step in to make sure that that man that made her make that decision steps in for their kid.
Can I say something?
The time that she takes to take care of the child is the time that she doesn't have to go to work. So she's already down on income and she's having to be taking care of the child on her own. That don't make sense. Not every man is a bloody angel and not every woman is a devil.
They don't pick men.
Wait, hang on a minute.
They're gonna leave. Go ahead.
Hang on a minute.
How do you do that?
When
bro?
did I say a man
Wait,
was an
How do you
angel?
do that? How do you do
No,
that?
how
How do you do that?
pick the
How do
right
you do
man?
that?
I'm talking.
Because
I'm talking.
No,
I waited.
Yes, you
I
do.
waited.
You should
Right? So now it's my time to talk. What I was saying to her is, right, is that if she'd got married first, then she would have been all right. She would have to be fighting for the court. So the same law that you're saying would have supported her and her child.
And no, and
That is the difference
It's
between
no support for
getting
her.
married first.
No, the
and that's
only
what I'm saying.
difference-
And that's what when people
Getting
were saying
married
about,
just gives you more money.
Hang on a
That's
minute.
not a
Alimony.
divorce
Listen.
and kids.
You just
It's not a good decision, yeah?
excuse me, but I shut up when you were talking.
Go on, apologies, my auntie.
Right.
I didn't mean to disrespect you.
So what I was trying to say is that there is an incentive when women get married first and have children. Because I'm not saying that you. I'm just saying women in general. If a woman gets married first before she has a child and then it leaves, then it's totally different. Like he said before, she's set up for life. If she
But
leaves,
auntie, just
she's
like
out for
Kate
life.
said,
So if somebody
Set up for
else,
life without marriage, though. That's the point.
No,
That's
and
not
that
what we're
is-
you
discussing
say what
right
you want to
now.
hear.
no, and
That grandma looks like the grandma from Deadpool. She looks like the black grandma from Deadpool.
as a person, again, let's ask somebody who's actually going through, because none of you fucking know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to child support, lawyers, none of that shit. None of you fucking know, okay?
Mhm.
So you don't. The reality
That grandma actually looks like the blind grandma from Deadpool with the sunglasses. Oh my god.
is, if I would have gotten married and did everything right and did everything the moral way, right? Guess what? All I would have a dish on top of what I'm going through with child support is alimony. So I'm still in the courts fighting, whether I'm married or whether I'm not. So that I get what you're saying, because hey, you at least get the commitment to, maybe back up that he's gonna be there, but it doesn't ensure anything. Everybody wants a fucking guaranteed thing.
No,
There's
hang on
no
a minute, 'cause
guaranteed in life.
we're talking different places. When you're in America and you're married and you divorce, you still got to fight for your money. And would you start?
Yes,
not
you
in
have to
England.
get a lawyer.
Right, not in England. In England, you get a
Oh.
lawyer and it's sorted. That's the difference.
But you-
You
but
would have to be going there saying, "Oh, I need this for my child, and I need this." Once you get divorced and you go to court,
you
it's
still
that
need a
much.
lawyer.
Alimony and child support
You
are
need a
different.
I'm saying she just spent £50,000. She's still fighting. You would have to
No,
pay
but
that
even
here.
when you're
You
married
would
in
not
the
have to
UK,
pay that
still-
here.
She's in
You
Greenland,
would not
that's
have to
why.
pay that here. You would not have to pay that here. Do your research. You would not have to pay that
But you
here.
still need a
When you
lawyer.
get divorced, she wouldn't be going for all the battle that she's going. It'd be simpler in England to
No,
get divorced than
in
in
England,
America.
maybe.
She'll
Maybe
take
that's what
your
I'm
money,
saying.
boys.
In
They'll
England.
take your money. Don't get married. Have a parental partnership.
But
Love
But
your woman.
auntie,
Pay whatever you
I
need to
just
pay
want
for
to
your
make a
kids.
point. You know what you were saying? Get married. Even Tate said it himself. Men don't want to get married anymore.
Why are you not telling what he's saying? Why are you not twisting what he's saying? You're not even listening to what
But
he's saying.
It's not
Isn't it
attractive
true?
anymore. But
Isn't
it's
it
not
true
a loss
that-
for a man to
isn't
get
it true
married.
that a lot
You're
of men-
taking what he's saying and you're twisting it to suit
What
yourself.
did you say?
I'm not. He literally said, Tate, didn't you say that men are scared of getting married now?
What, yeah, okay, but why?
Because, like you said, with child support, they feel like there's no advantage.
That's-
So
And alimony,
you say just get
alimony.
married. It's not that simple because men don't want to marry you.
Okay, so let's analyze that point. And first thing, back to the child support thing. What's actually interesting to talk about is there's a lot of countries in the world where there is no child support system and it functions, right? So you have to, if you want to pay attention to actually, learn about society as a whole, it's very interesting to study all the different societies and economies in which there is no child support and children don't die. I mean, people get divorced and they still find a way to function. And it's interesting. And it's a very long conversation because it extrapolates about how the whole society works as a whole. That's the first point. Second thing, I'll actually sit here and argue the point that I don't think any man really ever wants to get married. I think that women convince them to get married. And I think that any woman who is genuinely serious about convincing her man to get married could do it. I don't think in the modern world, at least, men wake up and go, can't wait to get married. But what they do is they get a chick who's so good and ticks so many boxes and makes them so happy. And she'll sit there and say, you know what? It would mean the world to me. Please. And he'll go, oh, for fuck's sake. All right. Then. And that's what happens. So I still think you can convince 99.9% of men to marry. The point I was making is the society isn't convincing the man to marry you. It's not like it used to be where the man believed he had to be married. Society's done the opposite. So it's your job as a woman to make it clear to him that it is worthwhile. Once again, how would you convince a man it's worthwhile for him to say, that's my wife? Status. That's how you do it. This is a misunderstood hack to men as a whole, is status. If you can convince that man that by marrying you, his status will increase amongst his peers, he's going to do it. And for anyone out here who disagrees with me, the things men do for status, let's actually analyze how baseline men are. What is status? Status is respect, right? Men kill over respect. Gangs kill each other over respect. A man will smash another man's face in for insulting him. We will die for respect and status. You tell me we won't get married? We'll die for we'll go to the front line of a war, and the only reason we don't walk away and abandon our post as artillery shells let rain is because we're afraid of being mocked for being a coward. We'll die for status. So status is what it's all about. It's what it's always been about. If you want a man to marry you, status. And it's the same thing with nearly anything you want to do with a man. I don't know anything about your personal life. I'll be honest, I don't know, right? But I'll tell you this now. If this dude, this NBA player, believed that he would be higher respected amongst his peers and amongst society for taking care of you properly, that's what he'd fucking do. He doesn't feel that because either he's rolling with the wrong people, or you've pissed him off in a way, or something public's happened. I don't have a clue, but something's happened where he feels like if I take care of her, I'll look like a bitch. That's what he's scared of. If it was inversed, he had no problem giving you money because that's how men function. I'm telling you right now, as a man, I'm telling you what I would do. If I had a chick with a woman, right? And she went on the news, top G's this and fucking, like I said, I have no idea what you've done, but I'm just giving my personal made up scenario.
Oh, yeah.
She would go on the news, top G's this, and he fucking lied to me. He's a piece of shit. Da, da, da. And then I bought her a Bentley. Women's like, well, look, she insults top G. She insults him. He's a simp. Da, da, da. But if she was like, you know what? He's misunderstood. He's a good guy. It just didn't work out. Blah, blah, blah. I bet she'd be in a mansion, right? And would that be me being a nice guy, caring about her? Or let's be honest, would it be me being a selfish piece of shit dude and say, what makes me look better? Men are all about status. Is how we function. It's how we function as a whole. So society, this is where it extrapolates. It gets interesting. When society with this new think has destroyed all of the baseline humanities and baseline understandings of how men interact with women. And now all the things we previously understood about what made a good man, what made a good woman, and how we should act together and how we should interact has been erased. Of course, men are acting like dickheads, and of course, women are doing wrong things, so nothing makes sense anymore. You've taken the chessboard and moved all the fucking pieces around. Nobody gets it. It should be very simple. I'm a man, I work hard, I take care of my woman. I'm the man of the house. She treats me with respect. She would never insult me or raise her voice to me in front of other people. She has a problem, she brings it to me in private. We act as a team. We work together. If we break up, she was a good woman to me. She fulfilled her roles the best she possibly could. I'm still a man. I'm going to take care of her. But all of that is gone. All of it's gone. All of it. And it's gone because of all the ideas we were discussing earlier, the feminism, the new age bullshit, the fucking dudes left and right and center, all these things. All these baseline things have eroded society to the point where now you have men ignoring their paternal instinct. You have men who will sit there and go, that's my child, but I fuck her. That's actually a massive observation to make about how fucked up society is. And it shouldn't be that way because men in a lot of the world are not like that. And so you have to look at all these small things. The small things we talk about, it's no big deal. She goes on boats in Miami, it's no big deal. It is a big deal because now that dude ain't gonna want to fucking pay child support because you were on those fucking boats with the other team.
And the thing is that
Do you think that men?
That was well said, Sagittarius.
Do you think that men marry for like high status families? Like I'm thinking of like Ivanka Trump. Like would someone marry a girl for like status in that way?
Well, that is one of the most, I mean, if you look at arranged marriages, it's all for status, right? That's an example. But men primarily marry for, I'd argue that men, and I say this about men, but women do the same thing, right? Women love the idea of getting status from a man. Mm-hmm. Women love the idea, and this is where it actually gets a bit messy. The waters get muddy because women love the idea of bragging about the man they're with, but they can only brag about the man they're with if other women want that man. So you're saying you love women who get cheated, women love getting cheated on. That's not true. But women do not like men that other women don't want. If you were to say, look, I got my man, he's perfect, he's rich, and every girl in the room would go, I would never touch him. She'd be like, oh shit. Oh, I don't want him either then. What the fuck
But
is
you
that?
know, can I add on top of that?
But it's true, right?
No.
Women want men that all the women want.
Do you know what's the best man that woman wants? Is the one that every girl wants, but he doesn't want them.
Okay.
A selective man.
Yeah, I'm sure
that's more
But that's
valuable
the
than the top
problem.
But
G
that's
that
the
gets every
fantasy.
You're
house.
saying
That's
that
the
men,
fantasy.
but Tate,
No, that's
you're
not
saying
the
that
fancy.
men are
That's
now
not that
polygamous
selective.
and women should accept that. That's the problem. Men are continuously disrespecting their woman. Like, yeah, you know what? You're with one, you can't be with one woman. Now you want to.
My back. Oh. Oh. Oh, dude, my fucking neck. Oh. It's getting so. Oh, need some cold air. Need some cold air, bro. Oh. 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 Oh! 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 Dude. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, never. Oh. Whew. Ah. Oh. 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 Search about somebody. I need some heat on. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, Dios, oh, Dios. Pizza. Where are you going? Pizza. Old old whore. Old whore. Oh, so fat, bro. What's this fat fuck? Fat fuck. State. What the fuck is that? Is she Quebec? You motherfucker. Modeling agency. Oh, I'm so tired. Was. Stop giving up so early, bro. It'd be nice if I could have like a little space. Oh, okay. Headache. I need some yogurt. I feel like I have to keep eating something. What did it today? That's it.
keep cheating with all these
But
different women.
that's not what he said.
No, no, no,
He's saying
no,
if
no,
you're
no.
gonna go for a high status guy, if you're gonna go for the top 5% of guys, that's what comes with it. And if
Yeah,
not,
but
then go for the average guy.
Can I just say that before?
So is it okay for average guys to stick with one woman then?
It's not about okay. It's okay for anyone to do whatever they want. I'm not sitting here saying what's okay and what isn't okay. What I'm talking about is observations about the baseline realities of how humans function. What I'm telling is if you give a man unlimited options, like the men at the top of society have, on a long enough time scale, he will explore said options. That is a fact. Like I said earlier, you can walk into a car garage and buy a Nissan, and that's reliable, and they'll never let you down. Or you can buy a McLaren. You cannot sit like women do and go, I want the McLaren that's reliable like the Nissan. Well, guess fucking what? That's not real. So you have to choose.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Tate? Can I ask you something?
I want to
Years
go next.
ago, right? Do you think it makes a difference? Because years ago, if you want to meet a man, you go out there, you actually talk. But now you meet a guy, you can go and check out your ID and see what you're all about. Don't you think that by them being able to look and see what you're all about, that makes a difference to how they perceive you?
100%. I think society is fundamentally and utterly broken. I think the way that men and women interact is broken. I think that men are broken. I think that women are broken. I think everything is completely fucked, genuinely. And this is where we go into the small things. We're talking about status. You're right about IG. If I go on a date with a girl and I look at her Instagram page, I'm sitting there thinking, does this make me look good or bad? Yes, I want her to be hot. Yes, I want her to have followers. Yes, I want everyone chasing her. But what's that caption about fucking city life? What's this about? What's that? That's not, nah, that puts me off, right? So it's interesting. What's also interesting is the majority of women don't have a clue in the modern world what men find attractive. So we said earlier in the very beginning of this podcast about men who want their dick sucked and all this bullshit. Men don't, that's not attractive to men. We don't want any of that. Most women, if you were to say, how do you attract a man? They wouldn't have a Scooby-Doo. They wouldn't have an idea.
I know. They want a submissive woman.
Hello, my
She
name
cooks
is
for him.
Ganova.
Give him some massage.
No, but it's not-
Feed him great.
It's not like
Pat his hair.
it's not just about that. One of the important things for being a man, especially in a relationship, is we want to be our woman. If I have a woman and I love her, I want to be her portal to the world. I want her to experience things through me and see things through me. So for that, I need a degree of innocence and purity for her. I want to be the first person to put her on a private jet. I want her to get on the jet and go, wow, I did it. Oh, you took me. It's like you wouldn't want to give someone a Christmas present if they'd had 10 presents better than you beforehand.
Yeah,
would you? It's like, well, duh.
Yeah.
So as a man, as a woman, what makes you attractive to a man to a degree is your innocence and your purity. This is very important. And it can go down to very basic, simple things. I'll tell you, if I walk in a club, do you know who the hottest girl in the club? It's the girl who isn't dancing, isn't twerking on a fucking stage, not surrounded by dudes. When girls want male attention in the club, they start drinking, twerking. That is the most revolting, haram bullshit. I may want to fuck
This is hilarious.
you, but I don't want to be with you. If you show me a girl sitting haram. When girls want male attention in the club, they start drinking, twerking. That is the most revolting, haram bullshit. I may want to fuck you, but I don't want to be with you. If you show me a girl sitting in the corner, shy, I'm like, good, she hasn't experienced too much life. I can show her things. And also, not just show her things. This is a very important point that I get attacked by the Matrix for because they completely misunderstand me on purpose. As a man, if I'm out here struggling and leading and trying to lead my household, I also want a woman who shares my values. I want to a degree to educate my woman and show her things and for her to agree with me. Like you said earlier, looking for a male role model. You want to be a role model to your woman. If she's too experienced with life, it's difficult to be a role model. If she's sitting there shy and quiet, you can come along and say, no, you know what? Don't take the fucking vaccine. Listen to me. And you can be a role model for her. You can't do that for a woman who knows too fucking much, knows too many dudes, been too many places. So it's this degree of purity that we're looking for that's super important.
I'm curious if you said if she's like done too many things, that's like bad, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm not even talking sexually, like been on a private jet.
Yeah.
I'm curious because I lived
But how do you get on a private jet without sucking dick?
Oh, I was just curious because my dad's part of like he's top like 1% in terms of like income. And I was just curious, is it different if you did stuff with your dad?
Well, no, that's fine.
No, not like that.
As
That's
in, like,
sexual.
that
That's
is the
not,
one-
no, I meant like,
I
She
know
said
what you're saying.
private
I know-
jet.
yeah,
I know what
private.
you're saying. Well, I know exactly what
No,
you're saying.
yeah.
But my point is that we're looking for a true degree of innocence inside of females, and it's that innocence is going to make us feel protective over them, and that protectiveness is going to make us be good men.
Okay.
So when we're looking at society as a whole and how broken it is, I understand that men have a massive role to play. Women have a massive role to play, but a lot of the paternal instincts and instinctual behaviors of men, because the instinctual behavior of men is to die for his woman. Like someone comes to try and take her, pull a sword, die to defend her, right? If you're going through life and you find that men don't really feel about you that way, that's because a lot of their instinct is being eroded by the fact that you, like you said, they look through your IG or they look through your life and you've lived so much life and they just feel like there's nothing new I can bring to this girl's reality.
But
There's
I
nothing
don't
new.
feel like that's true though, because like I think it's like I get what you're saying to a degree, right? But it's like you could be on a private jet 10 times, but it's going to be special because it's with you.
Not for him, it isn't. Not for him. For him, it's special because it's your first time. Because men, maybe it's a biological predisposition. Maybe it's just the way we're designed. But let's tie it back to sex. Virginity, first time. It's not that you've done it. It's that you've done it with the first time with me. That's what is important. It's experience as a whole that men find. It's just the truth. Call me misogynistic, cancel me, whatever. I'm telling the truth. I always have done. It's experience of life as a whole that men, to a degree, find off-putting. We don't want a woman who's had a bunch of trauma, had a bunch of experiences, done a bunch of shit, knows a bunch of people, been a bunch of places. That's the absolute opposite of what we want. We want the complete polar opposite of that. And what's funny is women want men who have done those things. I'll tell you right now. Go out there and find a virgin woman and say, do you want to have your first boyfriend? Do you want to lose your virginity to a virgin man or a man
virgin hunk?
or a man who's had a couple girls? She'll choose a dude with experience as a virgin herself. Experience is always coveted and respected in men. It's the opposite in women.
That's true. That's true.
So it's true. So we have to look at how fucked up the world is. Women, especially between their 18 and 28, or 18 and 25, let's say, are living these crazy lifestyles, these crazy lives with the most important people, richest people on the planet, doing everything that can be experienced under the sun. And then at 29, 30, some dude's expected to come along, know he's second place to X, Y, Z, and be happy with that, and not allow it to hurt his ego, and sit there and pick it up and put a fucking brave face on. It kills him every day inside. That's the reality. He's in love with you. And you've been fucking where with fucking who? I can't afford a jet. I'm Joe Schmo.
Okay.
That fucking breaks their hearts.
Do you think that hoes can ever be turned into housewives?
Okay, I'll answer that question. And the answer is actually, truthfully, yes. Which I know a lot of people are confused by. They can. If you're a good enough, high enough level man, you absolutely can turn a hoe into a housewife. But why the fuck would you? Because you don't have to. A man like me, I could, but I'm not low on options, so I would never decide to do that. If you're a billionaire, could you you can find an old rusty car and rebuild it, or you can just buy a new one, right? So it's not about what could be done, it's about what will be done. So once women hit a certain status of man, I don't think women are stupid. I actually argue the fact that women have a beautiful intuition. I think that women, to a degree, their intuition is truly almost psychic. The number of times I've come home and she's like, "You were cheating." And I was like, "How the fuck did you know I'm fucking cheating?" Like, you have intuition and it's real. You guys are smart, right? And if they get to a certain echelon of man, they're not going to go anywhere because there's nowhere else to go. They're going to get to a guy eventually. They're going to stop at the buck and go, "You know what? Where am I going to surpass this specimen? So I'm just going to behave for him." So you could turn a hoe into a housewife that way. But why would a man at that level want to do that?
Why
잠깐만. 미친. Dude. Oh, bro. Fucking think. You motherfucker. Dude. The most ridiculous thing ever, bro. Oh my god, bro. Yo, I had this fucking thought when I was in Laurier, bro. Dude. The most awkward shit ever, bro. Fucking, I was in the study room in this hall. Oh my god. I don't even talk about it, bro. Oh, bro. I just had this weird, crazy ass thought, bro. Awkward experience, bro. Yeah, anyway.
some guys at certain, and this is obviously a celebrity example, but I'm sure we can all think of examples in like day-to-day life where a guy with a lot of options does pick a hoe and like wife her, like for example, Kim and Kanye. Because Kanye clearly has options,
She
right?
did not want to be a housewife.
No,
She was a project.
Okay, I understand. I'm just asking because some guys do pick.
Yeah, they do. And it's a really good point. and I have nothing bad to say about Kanye. In fact, I think a lot of the work he's doing now in terms of attacking the Matrix is important. But I can give you a generalized answer. But it's a man who is not true to his masculine imperative, which is going to fall for the propaganda machine, which is being purported upon him, who's going to believe that all the crap that is being told by society, like a female's past doesn't matter and all this shit doesn't matter. This is what's interesting in the fight against the Matrix. Because people always say to me, Andrew, why do you come here and say all these things? They're literally trying to destroy your life for what you say. And the truth is, as a man, you have two choices. You either fight against the programming and the brainwashing they're trying to put inside of all of our minds, or you end up fighting against yourself. If you're a man and you sit down and you believe the garbage that society's telling you about how society functions between men and women, you're going to end up getting fucking wrecked like these dudes do. They sit there and go, just because she's fucked everyone doesn't mean she'll do it again. Just because, and they sit there like dummies and they get fucking wrecked, right? You have to sit there as a man and go, no, I don't give a shit what society's telling me. I understand something baseline about humanity, right? And that's why they make these poor choices. And a lot of men do make these poor choices, but it's only in the West. It's only in the West where this propaganda machine exists. You will not find a Russian billionaire doing this dumb shit. You will not find a Chinese billionaire doing this dumb shit. You do not go to Saudi and find a sheikh doing this dumb shit. None of it. You only find it in the West.
Do you think the values of the West are spreading?
What values?
So
name a value.
Okay. Sorry.
Name a value.
Sorry, I might have misspoke.
Ideals.
I mean, like the ideas of the West. Like I've just gotten I get messages from people like from all over, and like in places like India, I've heard feminism is spreading there. Like I've heard that. Do you not find that to be true?
So firstly, the West has no value. The only thing the West seems to defend fervently is LGBT. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm not. I'm just saying it's the only thing that they'll stand up and fight for. I don't know why. It's weird. Like they don't care about anything else. They don't care about children going without child support. They don't care about people dying in wars. They don't care about our parents being in parenting homes. They don't care about crime. They don't care about no one being able to pay their energy bills. They don't care about nothing, but they give a shit for some reason about this one thing, and they'll fucking throw the flag all around the world.
Surrounded around sex.
That's all they care about. It's fucking strange. So that's the first thing about the values of the West. Second thing, the harder society and the harder the life is as a whole, the longer it's going to take for feminism to spread. Feminism only exists in a vacuum of an easy life. If you're living in a society like India where life is hard, feminism disappears because the harder life is, the closer people naturally revert to their gender roles. If you got a bunch of 10 men, 10 women, stranded them on a desert island, and they had to survive, very quickly the men would do men shit and the women would do women shit. There'd be very little talk about feminism and equality, and all this shit would fucking vanish when shit hits the fan, right? So in countries where life is harder, feminism can't take hold because feminism can only exist in a vacuum of a very privileged life. I'm sure there's some kid in India who didn't get laid off some chick and he's complaining she's a feminist. There's a bunch of dumb shit, right? But I think the world is going to get a lot harder. I think the world is cyclical. I think it's been easy for a while. I think hard times are coming. And when hard times come, people are going to naturally revert to what gives them the highest chance of survival, which is gender roles, right? I have the best chance of survival being a man, and a woman has the best chance of survival being my woman. That's how she's going to function.
Do you think women typically are happier as housewives rather than a career?
Well,
depends on the career.
No,
Depends on the man.
The answer is absolutely and utterly yes, because giving life is the most beautiful thing a female can do. That's what you evolved to do. That's the thing that men cannot do. I think that women who focus on having children and do their best to be good mothers in the end are the happiest females on the planet.
Being a mother and being a housewife is kind of different though.
Okay, no, but it's essentially the same thing. If you're a housewife long enough, I'm going to assume you're going to end up having children. And I think that the sooner a woman has children, the better. If she can find a good man and have a child, that's a fantastic thing. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I don't see the point in a woman slaving away for a corporation that doesn't care about her as opposed to slaving away for her own flesh and blood. I think that's a complete waste of a life. I think if men are already doing that, why would you want to go along and do that
because
as well?
a career is not just slaving away for a corporation. A career can involve a million different things.
Well, that's exactly what a career is. It's slaving away for a corporation that doesn't care about you. And I understand you have to pay the bills, and I understand you don't want to be completely sufficient. You want to be self-sufficient. You don't want to be dependent on a man. I understand all that. But in an idealistic scenario, in the vacuum of ideology, if you could sit and be a woman and focus on having children or focus on doing a job, I think on a long enough time scale, you're going to be much happier with your progeny as opposed to working a job.
Can I ask you a question? Because I feel like we talk a lot about hoes, we talk about a lot of the extreme. There's a lot of gray matter in the middle,
Sure,
where a lot of women kind of get lost.
Yep.
For example, I think that one of the issues sometimes that I hear a lot about, and I personally may say I feel it sometimes, is that when you're also a quite educated woman, intellectual, intelligent, whatever, smart, a lot of the time, naturally, you speak in a way that stands out from other people, right? And I find that a lot of the time, that kind of intimidates some of the man them, where they start thinking this girl is a bit too much. Now, if it's not my fault, I'm smart. It's not my fault I can put one and one together very nicely, very quickly. What kind of man is going to handle that?
I have to give me a minute.
This woman laughs like I don't speak for language and got 3 degrees. Now I thought,
What is she trying to say? You're not smart.
it's okay. I speak how I do for a reason. So please,
That's
sir,
kinda
can you help
rude.
me out? I'm trying to find a husband, the kind of beast that can handle a woman like me.
Well, this is another point, right? And I'm only answering generally, right? Because this is the first time I've met all of you ladies. You've all been very polite to me. You've all been very nice. I'm just talking generally. And I'm going to answer it based on your lack.
Dude, I'm so tired, bro. 1:58. Huh? I'm gonna watch it on my phone, guys. I'm just gonna watch it on my phone. I'm so tired, bro. I want to just. I'm so tired. Hey Siri. Oh, emergency meeting are the core of. Oh, whatever happened to Clash Royale? Lost my mind.
Yo, what's up guys? In today's video, I'm going to be showing you my games for #1 in the world with the new Mighty Miner that got changed yesterday. I actually think it's a lot after that's so. Alright, so in the first game here against UDR, I know they just went and Johnny from here. This will be playing pretty minor bait going for number one. If you guys enjoy the video, please feel like and subscribe. Just gonna pressure his pump here. I want my commander goblins just to force a response, and then I also goblin rail on elixir collector just because I just want to make sure that the collector dies and I guess it just it's okay if he gets a few pumps down, but I just need to get damage right. If I don't get any damage and he gets pumps down, then that's where I'm probably gonna lose. But if I get enough damage and he pumps, then we're probably gonna have to. I usually want to have a tower or almost like have the tower rod range so we can log. Okay, we're not talking about that log, it never happened. But yeah, you kind of just want to have his tower to at least like rocket range by the time he starts going into bushes or like the big bushes, because they usually pump all of single elixir and they try to make a really big push with double elixir. If I play with really good defense, I should be able to stop it with sacking up a little bit of damage, because if you try to defend perfectly, you'll probably scale the one with it. So you have to know when it takes some damage against this kind of decks, because you get punished for really, really hard. Take pressure out of damage out. Get him mighty minor from the left and then off the rail. He's really low on elixir. He's kind of like probably defending off barrel and off the ability. Nice. Okay, wait, that's on this tower. We're almost tower. I think he spirits, but nice. Let's go. I got the whole tower. Yeah, so it's kind of starting to be like, yeah, it's like a pump and a half down or like a pump and a quarter down. Now I just have to defend it. This is kind of where you want to be at, because I can defend this if I play really well. It's gonna cannon here in the middle. Just want to place one so I can get a second cannon down. But again, it princess the back and then goblins on the beginning. Because goblins doesn't make spirit, there's a lot of damage. Kind of like more than you would expect. Like even if the bomber got it down, but you know, mighty miner and rocket, just did mighty miner get the first cycle. I'm gonna pump my ability to kill the egg because I could save my one for the goblins. I'm gonna let the E giant go off my tower and then cannon away from it because they don't want my cannon to die. Because I still have to defend it. A lot there. They go for all. No, it's like a little bit. It's gonna let that. That's kind of what I mean with sapping damage. Like, stop on the right, I just let the giant lock on and go away from it so that I can both die and then get the giant that I knew was gonna come down on the left. Where it's end up not having a defense like a woman that can, but it's gonna die to the giant so that the giant go get my cannon alive. So, alright, I'm in the next game here against an Axel. It's gonna go for a spirit barrel here. I really just got the neutral or ranger still to be on it. So, pretty good option for me here. Princess is gonna finish off the wall breakers and stealth army, so they're a pretty nice start so far, even though I took a fire spear from the bench. I'm not really worried about it. He goes for a fireball and powers are cool. It's gonna go for that. Mighty miner is really good in this matchup when it's slow because you have a press cycle bit longer. It's gonna go for a long fire spear and goblins on the drill. Yeah, they go for a goblin barrel here. Yeah, I'm gonna princess on the side. It's not just on me, even though the bombers are like.
True. He left Phoenix a monk absolutely broken for an entire month, and then decided to make Mighty Miner useless again after a few weeks. Whoever is in charge of balance changes needs to be fired. What happened to my eyes? What's the best deck right now? Kind of feel like sleeping right now. It's 2 and I feel like sleeping early. Golem. Fucking me playing Golem. Why is Phoenix overused again, bro? Dumb Phoenix. Moon. Or Moon. Rich spam. Oh my god. My fucking eyes. Oh, that hurts, bro. That freaking hurts. Oh my god. Cover spam. What is the Morton using, bro? Light and Morton using. Morton's using. Light Sunsu Tendons. He's using Minor Loon with the Queen variant. I have a Queen decently leveled up, I guess. Call me on my cell phone. May not when you need my help. Call me on my cell phone. May not when you need my help. 'Cause I know where to holler at. Trick you wanted me one day. 'Cause I know where to holler back. Trick you wanted me one day. These days all I do is wonder every time when you get a love You should just be yourself. I think you're someone else. You used to call me on my cell phone. When you need me, call me on my cell phone. When you need me. 'Cause I'm in the Harlem Blame. Chick, you wanna me one thing. I know in the Harlem Lane. Chick, you wanna me one day. I know in the Harlem Lane. Chick, you wanna me one day. I know in the Harlem Lane. Chick, you wanna me one day. It's all I do is remember every time when you came around. You should just be yourself. I think you're someone else. Oh, why you let me go? Guys, I feel like I should sleep really at this point. It's 2:31. I should try to sleep without the pill. Actually, guys, I'm gonna sleep now. I'm gonna try to sleep without the pill because I couldn't find the video on there. I think I'm gonna try to sleep without the pill because I have only one pill left for the whole freaking few weeks. And I have to take the pills, bro. I have to take pills when I can't sleep. Maybe I should just take the pill, bro. Oh, just take the pill. Oh, just take the pill or what? Should I just take the pill? I'm not sure.
Your last sentence was handle a woman like me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the average man's life, like I just discussed earlier, how difficult it is, how competitive he has to be, and how many problems he has to fix. Do you think he wants to handle any woman?
Okay, so
Do you like the idea of any degree of problem? It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like the point of having a woman as a man, for me at least, is for her to be my peace and quiet. My life is stress. You see me, I'm rolling around with fucking security teams, and I got problems, and they're after me. And when I come home to my chick, the last thing I want to do is have to handle anything. I want her to just sit the fuck down and her make me happy. She used to be my positive energy. She used to be my sunshine in the rainstorm.
okay.
So you're talking about him handle you. I don't know. I can't answer the question exactly. But if you're sitting there constantly arguing over small points or correcting him or that, he's probably thinking, this is a battle. I don't have the energy for another fight.
Okay, so now let me add extra context what I mean as well. So obviously submission is something that people talk about a lot.
Yeah.
For me, I'm a logical person, I believe, and I submit with logic. I don't submit by default because there's a level of respect that I believe I need to have to be able to submit. Obviously, it's not that I go around and I disrespect all men and everything, but I find that my level of
Right now, son. You used to call me on my cell phone. When you need me.
thought process. A lot of the times,
it makes it hard. No, so I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, thank you.
But you need to find a man you truly respect to submit to him,
Yeah.
and I completely respect that. And that's the same with 99% of women. Like you're never going to submit to a man you don't respect. And respect is ultimately important because you're not going to sleep with a man you don't respect. You're not going to be attracted to a man you don't respect. Respect is the bottom line of it, and the man has a job to do. He has a duty to do to be worthy of respect. But this all goes back into a very interesting point. Some of the points I've kind of mentioned earlier. If I was a woman, if I was a chick, the chance of me ending up in a relationship with a man I don't respect is 0%. I don't understand how you girls end up. Well, I do understand how you girls end up here. You end up here because of feminism, promiscuity, promises that running around taking dick is fine, dumb shit, stupid decisions. I'm independent, so it doesn't matter that he's a dummy. Bunch of garbage. When you should be waking up going, you know what? I'm going to be extremely selective, and I'm going to take my time and be very, very smart because you're the gatekeeper. By the time you're in a relationship with somebody, you should have immense respect for that man. Absolute immense respect. You shouldn't be able to get there any other way. The only reason you got there is because you've been tricked by society and lied to and told a bunch of fucking bullshit. So, so you're talking about submission and respect. Yeah, it'll come when you meet the right man, naturally. And this is another point I make because I have a lot of men message me. I trust guys. Please understand, the most Googled man on the planet. I have 100,000 emails a day from people, and I get dudes email me. How do I get my woman to submit? And I can't reply to all the emails. But if I ever read them, I'm like, bro, you're a fucking dork. Why would she reply to you? Why would she submit to you? You're a fucking nerd. That's the truth. I'm not out here saying submit to all men. Men are the boss. I'm saying, listen, there's natural balance in the universe. When you meet a G, I've never had trouble with a woman obeying me. She just wants to. It's natural for our dynamic. If she didn't want to obey me, we wouldn't even get to the point of a relationship. If she didn't feel like she wanted to listen to me, we would have never got to where we want to get. It just doesn't work. That shit only happens when the female's fucking giving up sex too easy and the dude's just picking up easy pussy and they end up in some bullshit relationship. They don't even like each other. That's dumb shit. That's dumb shit, right? But I don't have any of these problems in my life. And if you're a dude at home and you're watching this and you go, I want my woman to submit, and she doesn't, guess what? She doesn't respect you. And guess whose fault that is a lot of the time? Your fault. That is your fault as a man. It is.
Yes.
No, it is.
Yes.
No.
That's what you guys need to damn here. Tell him.
But it's not about blaming men and women because everyone has a problem. But then there's also men who are worthy of respect who women refuse to respect because of society. So there's two sides to it, right? But a lot of it is if you're a capable enough man and you're brilliant enough, then the female has no choice. But it's very interesting. This goes back into a point I made earlier about how important it is for us men to find women who we don't believe have had a lot of life experience and look like they are. Because I got attacked. I'm going to make this point right now. I got attacked when the Matrix attacked me and fucking lied about me. They said that men are interested in women who are younger because they're more programmable. And that they're trying to make out that I'm making out that men are out here trying to get women and fucking do bad things to them. No, what I'm saying is, if you find a woman who's younger and been through less things, less trauma, less relationships, less headache, she's lived less life, your ideals, if you ask any woman who loves her man, what's your favorite song? His favorite song. Who do you vote for? Who he votes for. What's your favorite car? His car. That's how it happens when a woman loves a man. And that makes the man feel good, right? If she's been through too much shit, then that's a lot harder to pull off. So that link is very important for men and women. But so yeah, the Matrix attacked me with that. But it's very, very interesting. You have to understand all these small sub-dynamics and why things are happening and why the world is the way it is. And the baseline of it is that everything's fucked. Men are acting like men and women are acting like women, and it's all messed up.
Oh yeah.
So what about like your own autonomy and like just like your favorite car is your favorite car, my favorite car is my favorite car. Like why does it have to? I guess that's where I'm confused. Like why does it have to be like that?
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? I understand that completely, but I'll give you an example. I'll talk from personal experience because it makes it easy for me. I have a bunch of cars. I love cars. I have 32 cars. My favorite car is X. I pick up a chick. This is my what's your favorite car? This one. I like that one. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever, no big deal. But the agreeableness is ultra attractive. It depends what the woman wants to do, right? If I was a woman, and let's say I'm 22 years old, and I meet a billionaire, and it's my goal to marry this man, and I go to his house, and I say, wow, you have so many cars. What's your favorite car? This one. Really? I thought that one too. It looks so good. Why that one? Because of this. Oh, really? Okay, I'll try and remember that. That's how you get the dude, right? You don't get the dude by going, well, that one's a better color. You're a dickhead. It may be small things. It may be tiny things, but men are ultra interested in things like agreeableness. We're ultra interested in the idea of a woman absorbing our worldviews. We're ultra interested. We are. That's what we're looking for.
That's taken away from the woman's identity.
What if you say
she doesn't like the car?
No.
So why should she agree to a car that she doesn't like? Why do you want to be with someone that doesn't know who they are?
Can I say, I like this one. This is my favorite, but I like yours too. Yours is quite nice, you know. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's quite good. But I like this one, but I like that one as well.
You sound like you want a slave.
Is
Like
that
someone
fine?
that doesn't
No,
have
no,
their own
That's
mind.
just not going against it. It's just being nice. It's not. It doesn't cost you much.
It's like,
Yeah, you can say,
it's
"Oh,
like
baby."
men don't want a girl that's nagging on them for the smallest things. It's like, why are you giving a guy a headache
No,
over
no,
a
that's
car?
not nagging.
That's not
But
nagging. That's
obviously,
not nagging, though.
he's saying, oh, what car do you like?
I
Why
just-
does she have
I'm
to say
talking-
his car? Like, she likes a
I
different
just
car.
gave you a solution, though.
I am talking about how, as a female, to be as attractive as possible to men. Now, I'm not saying you can't get a man if you say another car. I'm saying, how do you be as attractive as possible? Because
Be
you
nice
also
about it.
because you also don't understand how men think. It's different if you come to my house and choose to like another one of my cars. But what if I only have one car? And now you say, well, no, I picked up my BMW. Oh, yeah, it's nice. I prefer Mercedes. You know what a man thinks the second you say that?
Oh, shit.
Who picked you up in a Merc? That's the first thing that goes through his fucking mind. How do you know about Mercedes?
What
Who
if you,
put you in a
what
fucking
if you
Merc?
can buy your own Mercedes?
That's not what
Exactly,
that's
what
not what
is that?
crosses the man's mind. I'm telling you how men think.
But then that's why, and that's why.
Denalda,
Yeah, sorry.
what percent of women can really afford their
Bro,
Mercedes?
yeah, especially when you go.
No, guys,
I bought my own car.
I said a
drive
Mercedes. I said, okay, I said,
Alright,
what
I
percent
didn't
of
know
women?
I drive a BMW.
I said, okay, I'm really happy for you. I'm really happy for you. I said, what percent? The average woman makes $35,000 a year.
It's not that hard in
That's-
this UK.
It's not that hard.
I said,
I
okay,
still
we're
feel like
just
that's
talking
not
about
venturing
your
from the point.
Okay,
That's
okay,
still venturing from the point.
I'm really happy for you. I'm really happy for your car. But the average
but
woman, I'm
wait.
saying but the whole point is that what percent of women even earn that much? It's not a high percentage. So when a guy hears
But
that
you
you
don't
have
need to earn that.
wait, I'm really happy for your car. $1,000 a year.
It's not that
Really happy for you. I said, the average woman makes $35,000 a year.
It's not that hard in
That's-
this UK.
It's not
okay,
that hard.
okay, I said,
I
okay,
still
we're
feel like
just
that's
talking
not
about
venturing from the point.
okay,
That's
okay,
still venturing from the point.
I'm really happy for you. I'm really happy for your car. But the
no,
average
but
woman, I'm saying
wait.
but the whole point is that what percent of women even earn that much? It's not a high percentage. So when a guy hears
But
that
you
you
don't
have
need to earn that much.
when a guy hears that you've been in this car and that car and that car, his automatic assumption is that you're an average girl.
Not foolishness.
And that you've been with a bunch of guys to get to that point. I've had a lot of experiences because of my dad, because my dad's very successful. But I've been in situations where I've said, like, oh, I did this, and they think it's with a guy, but it's with my dad. Because most guys assume that you are an average person.
And that's the
can I just
problem.
say
You don't
something?
think that's demeaning a
Can I-
woman
can I
to
just
think
say-
that she can't afford a
It's
lifestyle
not,
for
it's not,
herself?
it's not demeaning a woman. It's looking at a balance of probabilities. If I meet an average guy, I assume he makes average money.
Sounds like a
Can-
traumatized
I
brother.
think it's just
Who's been
it's
dealing with too
based
many
on
hoes.
what
Can I-
wait,
out of
stop it
experience.
wait. It's based on a balance of probabilities.
Can I just say something? That it's all about making a man feel like everybody says, oh, he's a top G. But it's like, if your man put up a light fitting and you're standing there watching him put up the light fitting, or you, Denalva, they're watching a man put up a light fitting, what would you say while he's putting it up on? How would you react?
I'd be like, you're probably doing it wrong, but I'll let you finish and then let me get back and fix it.
Right,
That's
all right
the
then, but hang on a minute. And how would you act if your man was
I
putting up
wouldn't
a
have
light
told him.
fitting?
I'd be like, well,
No.
thank you, baby.
Okay. Well,
I'll be like, see, the thing is, I
no, just answer the question. Just
No,
answer the
no,
question.
please, I
What would
just
you
need to
say
add
if
some
your man was
context.
putting up the light fitting? I'm just asking the
I will
question.
be like,
What's
thank
a light?
you, babe.
What's a light?
Thanks for putting
Oh,
up the light
oh,
bin. I
right.
appreciate you.
My man put up a light fitting. I was like, wow. He got it all out. It was all in boxes. He got his toolbox. It was up there on the ladder. Whatever you want me to hand you. I was like, oh my God, you're stripping wires. Oh my God. Then he said, oh, turn it when it finished. I was like, it works. That's what he's talking about.
I agree.
That is what he's talking about when he's
agree.
talking about the car. He's not saying you can get your own car. He's saying make the man feel like he's doing something, make him feel appreciated,
That's right.
like act like a child.
No, I
Like
agree.
you know, and that's what he's saying. He's not saying that. Oh yeah, you don't like that car. It's like my man got a car. It's like, oh my God, it's got heated seats. Oh,
That's
I
the
like
same
heated
way a
seats.
girl
Oh,
likes to hear. You're the most
I got
beautiful
a
girl in the
Mercedes.
world.
Exactly. I think it's got to be a balance, though. Like, yeah, I agree. I like to make my man
Listen,
feel
right.
good. When my man dresses up, I'm like, girl, you look so fine. Like, I like to make my man feel good, but he has to do that to me as well.
Listen, right.
He has to offer me that.
I listened to
sexual
Mr. Tate, right, say about, let me put, for instance, there's an artist that I like. My man likes it too. COVID had just sort of like finished. I got 2 free tickets to go to go. My man said to me, you're not going. What would you do?
I'm going.
What would you do?
Why? You can't tell me what to do.
Why am I not going?
It doesn't matter. He said to
It
you, you're
does
not
matter
going.
because that's just illogical submission.
I
for
know.
me. Why
That
tell me why I
doesn't
can't
make
go?
sense.
Okay, no, but the whole point is you pick someone that you respect enough to trust his judgment,
I didn't know.
even when you disagree. That's the whole
I
point.
want to find
See, that I
somebody
don't agree
who
with.
I respect
Because
enough to
you're
not
your
bring
own
me
person.
stupid.
Just because you're in a relationship.
But why would-
guys,
hang on a minute.
stop.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait. We need one at a time.
Why
I need
would
to
you think
respect
it's
it.
something
Loud.
stupid or whatever? You trust the man enough to be with him. You trust the man enough to sleep with him. So why won't you trust an
Okay.
opinion? Why does he have to give that? If I say to my man, like I went in,
Right.
if I say to my man, don't do this. The first thing is you're thinking, no, she's telling me what to do. There must be a reason behind it why she's
Because-
telling me not to do. Because she
because-
trusts me. I did not go. I had 2 free tickets.
I'll tell
I
you
did
why,
not go.
Mama. I'll tell
But
you
does
why.
that not-
Wait. Auntie, you asked me a question. I'll tell you why. Because the same way a man wants that sort of validation, a woman wants assurance. I don't want to just blindly do everything all the time, especially sometimes I'm thinking, okay, that's a
Okay, so let's talk.
That's what submission is.
No, so let's make a point.
that's
Auntie made a really important point.
submission.
Auntie made a really important point because the point she's making is twofold, and it's extremely important because a lot of women talk about being submissive, but they're submissive when it suits them. That's not submission. So she wanted to go to the concert. He said no. She trusts him as a man. She didn't go. Absolute respect for that. That's exactly what my woman would have done. Exactly the same thing. Women go, I'm submissive. You're submissive when he's buying you shit in bed and you're submissive. But the second he says something you don't like, you instantly turn off the submission, run your fucking mouth. That's not submissive. That's manipulation. That's bullshit. So that's the first thing. The second thing is responsibility and authority are linked. And as a man, if I'm going to be responsible for a woman, I need a degree of authority over her. This is the reality of it. If I'm going to be responsible for paying your bills, and responsible for your personal safety, and responsible for your personal development, and responsible for fixing the life fitting, and responsible for everything that I'm supposed to do as a man, I need a degree of authority to sometimes come along and say X, Y, Z, and be obeyed. If I'm going to have a ship, if you have a ship, the reason the captain has to go down with the ship is because he is responsible for everything that happens on that ship. And because of that, he has authority. If he yells at the shipmates and they all ignore him, then he can't be considered responsible for the problems on the ship, which means he doesn't have to die with it. If you want a man invested in a relationship, he needs to be responsible for you, but he needs authority over you. And you know what? The smartest thing you can do as a woman is sit and go, you know what? Go into this concert. It's 2 hours. But this is going to piss him off and it's going to splinter in his mind for years. Is this really worth it? Now, I'm not saying let some man abuse you, let some man treat you shit. But if you have a good man who's good to you 99% of the time and he comes along and he really cares about something, you should give him that grace and give him that, you know what, he's the man, he said it, boom, done. Because if something happened to you at that concert, if your bag was snatched, if you got fucking robbed, if someone tried to punch you, if someone grabbed you, who would you call?
Okay.
The police.
Help me.
The police.
You call your man.
The police.
You call him.
Senor Andrew, Mr. Tate King, Master Supreme Leader of everything, the universe, the matrix, and all of that. No, I'll just say this because it keeps him chill. I want to make my points the right way. You're not.
But Tate, do you not think that
Wait,
it's
sister.
not respect?
Guys,
Listen.
wait 1 second. You go ahead. You want to say something?
Just doing the most.
Of course, I have to do the most. This is the thing. What you don't understand is that as a lady, I am displaying to you that it's very easy to speak to a man like Andrew Tate as long as you don't need to step on his toes and you respect the authority that he has. I'm not going to sit here and try and fight against a man that has done a lot more in my life, been in rooms that I haven't been in because he's Andrew Tate. I respect you, but I can still put my point across. Okay, my point is. No, but there is a point, of course.
Look, I
My
just say
point
something.
is,
when
you know-
you say but after something, you just cancel everything you said before.
However, it's a point, it's an acknowledgement, and then comes the counter argument because I don't have to agree with things to speak. Okay? So my point simply is, fine, I get that. But at the end of the day, the same way that we have evolved now, as a woman I have evolved, I would expect, and what I do want is not equality, is a certain level of respect, which means that if I am also somebody that is quite smart, somebody that can take care of themselves, I've done all of this for about 30 years of my life, you can't tell me just no. What the condition is, the condition is, instead of telling me no, give me the assurance as to why you said no, because actually I am agreeable when you make me feel assured that what you're doing makes me feel safe, actually, because what women are looking a lot for is stability, and stability comes from knowing that you can trust a man.
It doesn't count if you're only agreeable when you feel like being agreeable.
Can I just say something, Dinelva?
That's
Can I
why
just
I
say
said I'm
something?
I'm submitted.
You're only submissive when you're only submissive when you feel like being when you feel like it's
Can I just say something, Dinelva?
Out of respect.
We live in different houses.
Of course.
If I went, he'd never know. Me and my man, because I'm a caregiver. If I went, he would have never known.
Right.
So I still didn't go.
Okay.
Wait, what are you trying to achieve, though? Dragon is strong. Dragon is really strong. Let's do dragon. Injutate. Beta. I'm speeding up my account, and my account is already at 1007. Already. Already at 1007, man. Oh. 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 How do I go from 3500 to 2318? How? Just how. Oh. Nice king. Max town 11. Got a maxed out town hall 11. Maxed out tunnel 11. I got a free hero potion. Might as well use it. Oh, I can convert it to gems, but I can sell one and convert it to gems. Yeah. Hero potion here. Going for 10 gems. Going for free. Oh. You used to call me on my cell phone. And now you need one. Call me on my cell phone. And you need one. I don't know when you're home, Trick you wanted me one day. I don't know when the home, Give me one thing. Oh, super. Super. To wait 15 minutes. Oh.
And
So what you were saying?
so I'll say to you, okay, babe, you don't want me to go. Why don't you want me to go? Like, what's worrying? What's the matter? Why would you not want me to go?
But why would I want to question him when he's always got my best interest at heart?
Well, I want to know.
But he's not
I don't know why,
explaining
because
that
my
to
best
you.
interest is
Why should he have to explain everything?
Wait,
Because you're not a child. You are also an adult.
No, and it's not
And
us. It's
treating
not
a
only that
woman
way.
like she doesn't have her own mind is very
It needs an
disrespectful.
acknowledgement. It's
Like, I'm sorry. Think about it, right? I'm a 26. I'm 26, right?
Yeah.
I've lived my life all by myself. And then I'm in a relationship and this man is telling me I can't go out.
Let me give you an
With
example.
no
Let me-
reason.
Girls, let me give you an
Does that make sense?
let me-
Can I do that to a man and just say, I don't want you
If
to go
I
out?
told him, if I told my man, listen, right, you know, you said you're going such and such. Well, you know what? I don't really think you should go. He'll think about it and he'll say, you really don't want me to go? And I'll say, no, he won't go.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
There's no man
Oh,
that's
that's
gonna
nice.
listen
If we
to a
can do,
woman.
if we can do
That is
vetoes
a lie.
like that,
Let me give you.
baby, I
let-
can veto you. Can veto
Let me
me
ask you girls.
anytime.
Let me ask you girls a question. The reason she decided not to go is because this is obviously not a regular occurrence, right? So he had a reason, and she trusts his judgment. Let me give you girls a scenario. Let's imagine I'm with a chick, whatever. She has a concert. I say I don't want you to go, and she replies like you. Why can't I go? And I say, got a bad feeling. Don't go. Now what?
Now
Now,
you're like,
so would you think the woman should just go? I don't give a shit about
No.
your stupid feeling.
I gotta take this pill. Mm. Who's Drake's girlfriend? Curious. What kind of girlfriend would a guy like Drake have? Oh. 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 Drake. Drake, Rihanna. Oh. Drake. Heroes. Oh. What the fuck? And he's been with a lot of women. Dude, this Drake guy has been with a bunch of fucking Sophie Rose. Oh. Darns. Why is he so white? J-Lo. J-Lo and Drake. Damn. Yeah. Oh man, he's been with so many people, dude. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. What the fuck? Oh my God, straight gay. Oh. Oh.
Bounce or
Yeah,
should
but
she be?
what is the reason
It might
for
wait.
that bad
It
feeling?
There's no
might
reason. There's no
wait.
reason. I
That
got
doesn't
bad
make
feeling.
sense.
Wait.
I got
Like,
bad feeling.
This is the
that
thing.
doesn't make sense.
Wait,
How can
look
you
at the
have
key.
a bad feeling?
Listen, my sister. This is the key. When you say, I don't know, I just got a bad feeling. Let me tell you how that is get translated into my head. He cares about me and he's actually thinking about something that potentially could be happening that I'm not aware of. I love him for thinking outside the box. But you've reassured me, you've shown me respect for being able to
No,
make
but
my
I'm
own
saying-
decision.
yeah.
And that's all it takes.
No,
That's all a girl wants to hear.
No, but
I'm sorry,
when
you
you've
need
had
a logical
relationship-
reason as
No.
to why you're gonna tell me
A
not to
feeling,
feel it.
a feeling
Can't
is
just
not
say you have a
logical.
bad
A feeling
feeling.
is
A feeling is not
But
logical.
what is
But guys, the whole point is
Let
like
me
you're not
break your
the whole
story.
point is a guy doesn't want to explain like what every decision he makes.
And I don't want to
But
submit to every decision he
a lot of
makes.
times, like men think things through a lot like more than we realize, and so he's already thought about it. He's already made his decision. It's a headache to him when every time he makes a decision, he has to explain it to you.
That's
But
right. And
you
if you
need to
trust that man,
understand.
if you trust that man and you've been with him as long as Auntie's been with her man, and he says something with the kind of relationship they have and the respect they have for each other, of course she's gonna be like, "Oh right, well, cool, done." That's trust, and that's trust.
I
And
wasn't happy.
And, of course, and also that's a really good point about submission, because submission is largely misunderstood. Like, I can tell you a million stories. I've had girls who are like, "Yeah, you're the man, you're in charge, and yeah, no problem." Yeah, she's cool. She's cool on the jet. She's cool in Dubai. She's cool in the restaurant. She's cool in the 5-star. She's cool in the Lambo. But the second I say something that she half doesn't like, then she's like, "Well, you know what? That's the feminist, right?" So women do this very well. A lot of women flip flop. Like if you trust your man and you really want to be with him and you really want to submit to him, there's going to be times you're going to submit in ways you don't like. That's the whole point of it. There's going to be times where you have to do things you don't want to do.
I've actually said this in the past.
Like
I respect you in the fact that you're willing to give a woman a life. You're willing to provide for her.
But-
so I respect that you can then tell her, "I want you to do this, babe,"
But
and she has to listen.
You're right. But let me.
But a lot of women, they want autonomy over themselves.
But
I don't want a man that's going to provide for me just so he can tell me to sit down and I'm a dog and I'm going to sit down.
Let's understand
Because I
something.
can make my own decisions too.
Let's understand something. Every man will give you a life. It's just a matter of whether you're happy with
Not
the life
every
that
guy
man.
can afford it though.
No, exactly. Every man will give you a life. It's just a matter of whether you're happy with the life that man is capable of giving. And this goes back into the earlier points we were saying. You can find a good man who will work his ass off and give you the best life he can possibly give you every ounce of strength inside of him. He'll give you all he has. You can get that. But if you're going to wake up and go, "No, I don't want that life. I want that life." Well, then that comes with problems.
Yeah,
and
agree.
this is the cognitive dissonance that most females operate under, where they sit and go, "I want that life, but I want him to act like that guy. I want the Nissan and the McLaren." You can't have both.
What about
You
a
need to
project?
decide. And there becomes a degree of female maturity. As you said earlier, you get to a point where you're like, "You know what? Maybe all that glitz and glam and bullshit isn't worth
It's
it."
not worth it.
You grow up, right?
Yeah.
And that's fantastic. And you make a different decision. And I'm saying that a lot of women get to that point. The problem is, in the modern world, the shit women did before they got to that point, from 19 to 24, pisses the man off to the point where he's never going to be as good as he could be. It's different in your world, right? You met a man, you stayed with a man, day. I know plenty of people. First man, high school sweethearts. The world was different only 40, 50 years ago. The second man, they've been married forever, 50-year marriages. All that shit's gone. And then we have to tie back into all the other sub-points I've made. Into you've had a very fun life at your peak sexual value from 19 to 24, running around doing X, Y, Z. Now you're with this guy who can't give you the life he knows you've already lived. Part of him feels inferior. His status is damaged because all the shit you did is on Instagram and he ain't the one who gave it to you. And now you're expecting a whole bunch of crap out of him. And now when he comes and works his ass off and manages to save up and buy a BMW and picks you up, "Hey, I got a BMW," you go, "Yeah, I like Mercedes." And this is the point you're missing. It's not about the fucking car. It's about something larger than that. It's about making him feel like he's a man again and that he's in charge.
A woman
You're sitting
shouldn't
there
have to make
arguing
a man
saying-
feel like
you're
a
sitting there
man.
going, I'm an autonomous female. I can fucking like that. But what are you doing? You're damaging the psyche of the man who's trying to love you. Is it worth it?
But what do you mean by loving? Can we break it down? Can we break it down? Does loving mean that you listen to what I have to say and also think about what I want and not just what you want?
It's not about
Is that what love?
let's go try to going to sleep, guys. I'm head to bed. I don't know if I'm gonna fall asleep or not. I'll watch it tomorrow. Oh, I'm just so tired. I can't take it anymore. 2:20. Who is this girl for XYZ? Cause coming to my stream, spamming girls, best adults dating site. Who is this fucking? All right, I'm ended.